In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law. To pursue natural. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Are you ready? You want to see my costume? You want to see my beautiful Halloween? I think you're going to like it. I think it's good. I mean, look, it's a Spirit Halloween costume, so it's not like I didn't go PPP and Warski and get really elaborate or anything like that, but I think it's good. And I think you're going to enjoy it, and I think today's show is, I think it's going to be a doozy. Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Lots of good stuff. You know what? It's not my color. And I don't know where this came from. I don't know when this became a thing. This just kind of looks like I converted to Islam, but in like a playing checkers sort of way. Whatever. It works. Welcome to the program. It's Thursday. Oh, lots of stuff to talk about. All kinds of fun to be had. One more goal to KO. Got taking the kids trick-or-treating today. I hope you like this. I mean, if you're not a Steel Toe fan, if you're just here to, release some tension and feel shitty and all that, then if this costume makes you upset in some way, I can't help you. If you like this costume, God bless. I did it for you. But I really don't see how you can hate this. I think it was mildly creative. I also think it's art imitating life. And I think it's also kind of a good summation of the year 2024. So I think, you know what? I think this works. Let's see what the early verdicts are. Well, Packerbacker 69 says you should have went with prisoner 696969. This is the random. I can't turn my. I think the random lettering works. 696969. I mean, it's a little on the nose, don't you think? We've got a good one today. I'm excited for it. Plenty to talk about. Garbage. Everything is about garbage. I told you. I said it, and I've been saying it. Ain't I been saying it, Miguel? Joe Biden is trying to kneecap Kamala Harris. He is trying to kill her presidential campaign, and he's doing an incredible job. He might be old. He might be senile. He might barely know where the fuck he is. But he's pissed they took away his reelection bid, and he's making him pay. He didn't want to. I just love that, like, when you watched The View and you watched all these TV shows and you watched Saturday Night Live up until, like, 2 weeks ago, they were playing this angle like, oh, Joe Biden is for his country, and Joe Biden ended his campaign because he loves America and this and that. And then, like, just slowly you start to realize, you're like, no, this motherfucker was pushed out and they're making him smile through it. And there's cracks in the pavement. Let's just say. Oh, he's doing it. What a shitty thing to say, by the way. Like, oh, he sacrificed his own campaign for the good of his country. That's a weird way to say the old fucker can't win, so he got the fuck out of the way. I get, like, everything they did with Joe Biden on his side was like low-key shitting on him. I'm not going to say that, you feel bad for him or anything, but it's like they just kind of used him. They used him up, and then they got him for 2020. Everybody knew that mentally something wasn't right. They lied about it until that first debate, so they lied about it for almost 4 years. And then as soon as that debate went, they went, oh, my God, we never noticed. We never knew. We didn't know that his mental faculties might be iffy. It's bad theater. What do they say? Politics is Hollywood for ugly people. I think it's pretty accurate. Anonymous says it's almost the perfect costume. Should have included the Baldo, though. I was never a Baldo man. I'm sorry. I was never a Baldo man. It wouldn't have fit me. It's not my thing. Isn't it greasy for 16 months? Yes, dude. We're trying to scrounge together a little profit here and be able to send all those out to people. Isn't it greasy? I promise. I promise you, bud. Hopefully we can just keep knocking out those goals, stack a couple of pennies, get that order all taken care of, and get you guys all of your stuff. Hey, brother, like I said, we're working on it. We're working on it diligently. Obviously, we took a couple of L's this week, but the evening show made up for them, which was huge. And we're still hanging in there, man. We're still hanging in there, and that's big. And I'm very proud of that. 330 is the number today. Let's knock that out. Go on PayPal and Venmo right now, and let's just start dropping in. If you like the costume, throw a 20-piece at us. Let's get that 330 handled right away this morning. I've had people sending me a lot of stuff the last, 48 hours. Oh, no. Anonymous says he didn't fit me. Someone clipped that. I meant character-wise. It didn't fit me. Papa Shop says, I knew you'd be doing the show chained to the basement in manacles eventually. Yeah. I mean, it was, we all knew it was coming, right? Thought he was liking Chad lately, yet here he is dressed up as him. No, this is not. Chad Zumach is not a prisoner. How dare you? I might actually take a break, though, and take this shirt underneath off. I'm sweating in this thing. It's like a paper-thin thing, so I thought I might need something under it, but it does not breathe. It does not breathe. In the Greasy says, haven't been around, not hating, just so you know. I know, buddy. I know you're more than within your rights to ask the question. That's for sure. Belusier, becoming a member for 29 months, says, can we get some Stone Cold talking about trick-or-treating with kids? Yeah, we can get there at some point today. I'm always up for a good impression or two. I'm going to have to shed some clothing, though. That's for sure. This is getting really fucking hot. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, perfect costume. Too bad you can't grow a beard. Fail. Well, what? The beard doesn't matter for this costume. I do look like, other than the skin color, this hat does make me look like a black guy who converted to Islam in the joint. I'll never understand the cap. But other than that, I think it's the perfect costume. Oh, no, Mild, that is not what this costume was supposed to be. This costume was supposed to be self-deprecating, is what this costume was. Mild says Aaron is 2025 Nick Rekieta for Halloween. No. This was supposed to be a self-deprecating, like making fun of myself kind of a costume. I wasn't mocking others. Why would I do such a thing? That would be mean. You know what, though? Here's the thing about Halloween costumes. I believe they're open to interpretation. Just like every other piece of art that you see, it's in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. McBuster says going for the Willie Horton costume. Nice. Yeah, that's another one where I don't really, if I were to try and put that costume together, I'd get in trouble for blackface. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Aaron looking like the answer to what did the Hamburglar do with all those burgers? I'm honestly amazed they had enough stripes. Oh, man. Coctive says mocking the Minnesota courts. How? Mocking who? I'm making fun of myself. Here's the problem with a good joke. Here's the problem with having some fun on a thing like Halloween. People take it too fucking seriously. And you try to help them. You try to educate them and be like, just relax. Don't read too much into shit. Have fun. This is clearly a self-mocking costume, and it's a great time, Coctive. So just pump the brakes and relax a little bit. Oh, boy. Rusty Grammar, like the guy returning the broken CD to Pinkies in Next Fridays. Yeah, that's what this hat looks like. Little Willie Mandela's cousin? Bishop Tutu? Deutsch Shad says, oh, look, Aaron dressed up as a black man. No, that is not. Oh, my God. No, this is also not a Holocaust. No, this is not a Holocaust costume. Dinkelman says you look like the people your ancestors went after in 1940. Oh, my God, you're right. How has Spirit Halloween never gotten in trouble for this? This does look like the cap and everything. It does look like a Holocaust. Wow. Chips and Diff says Aaron Menendez brother. Just having a little fun. That's all. That's how we start today. Thank you guys very much. Let's make a bunch of money today, and let's make it right away. If you like the costume, if you approve of the costume, throw a couple of bucks our way. It's our last goal of the week here on YouTube, and I'm excited to knock it out and keep it. Like I said, we took a couple of L's this week, so we're kind of still at the breaking even, turning a little bit of a profit point. We're in much better shape than we used to be, and we're hanging in there. Hanging in there is how I would put it. Let's go ahead and get into things this morning. Chevrolet JB with $2 says, if you were going for a farm zebra, the number goes in the ear. I've never heard that term, farm zebra. Big Buster says the costume would have a ball and chain, but it left for cocaine and trust fund money. Hobo Chili says, Aaron, go take a shower. I don't know why he put Zyklon B in parentheses. I thought he just wanted me to get clean. Sorry. Hobo, help me understand the joke. I don't get it. All right, I'm going to fire up the music for a second. I'm going to go shed some clothing underneath this because like I said, I'm boiling hot and it's making me uncomfortable. I hate to sound like Red Bar. Oh, Jules, I am boiling. Oh, it's so hot in here. It is, though. It's very hot. Let's knock out today. Let's get going on that bright and early, and then we've got a bunch of news to talk about. Let's put the picture back up there. Let's fire up the music, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Here we go. Oh, much better. This thing really doesn't breathe, though. This is, imagine that, the $25 Spirit Halloween costume. Not a lot of breathing, that's for sure. Oh, Trick or Treat, Vance Rosberg, thank you very much. He says, Happy Halloween for $20. Thank you, pal. Appreciate that. 310 is the number for this morning. Oh, my goodness. I should go get my trick-or-treat bowl. That's what I should do, and then let you guys just throw trick-or-treats in there. Sounds good. Oh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have used the word boiling hot. Chips and Diff says, is the in the oven, Aaron? No, not in the oven. It's not what it was intended to mean. But this really is backfiring on me, isn't it? This is looking like a Holocaust. Holocaust uniform. Images. Oh, thank God. You know, they're vertical stripes, not horizontal. Guys, we're good. It's horizontal stripes. So while it may make me look fatter, it doesn't look Holocausty. Thank goodness. Yeah, this is not the most, a $25, note to self and to you guys. A $25 Spirit Halloween costume, not the most comfortable. It's itchy. It doesn't breathe. Who would have thought that a costume you get at a store that's open for 2 months out of the year and you paid $25 for the day before, who would have thought it wouldn't be comfortable casual wear? I had no idea. Hobo Chili says, your skin can't breathe. It's suffocating from obesity. That's mean-spirited. Chips and Diff says, your hat is vertical. Yeah, I know, but that's okay. The hat being vertical is all right. If the shirt was vertical, come on, get out of it. Trying to subtly take off my socks. I'm really having a hard time getting comfortable this morning. This costume fucking sucks. I'm going to have to wear this thing for 4 hours, and I am already not comfortable. Oh, there we go. Got my feet exposed. I'm just looking. I'm looking for vents. That's it. I'm looking for ways for my skin to vent. Is all. Thank you very much to Tridio. Says, was it a counterfeit 25? Oh, like a George Floyd thing. Oh, I guess this costume is versatile. It can work in a lot of different years. This could have been a 2020 costume as well. Well, anyway, thank you guys. Thank you, Vance, for getting us started. Thank you to Tridio, Chevrolet JB, Innit Greasy, and 383 Novocaine for throwing in a few bucks and getting us off to a hot start today. 310 is the number. Let's bang that out. Go into PayPal and just start dropping bombs on us, and we can get things underway. You know what? We've only got a few days left. We've got, what, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday of any of this election shit. So I figured that today we get it all out of the way. We do have a really entertaining deal today where Jimmy Kimmel, you know, late night TV has been bad for a while now, since probably since Trump started running for president and they all lost their minds and just wanted to talk about that all the time. I never thought I'd miss the days of like Jimmy Kimmel playing sleepover games with celebrities. I remember when he took over for Jay Leno and they started doing like, we're going to play celebrity karaoke and we're going to play, you know, guess that tune and like all these gay slumber party games. And I was like, oh my God, this is what happened to, you know, the legacy of Johnny Carson and Letterman and all this shit. And I hated it. And then Trump ran for president and every late night guy all of a sudden just became another political commentator on late night, when late night used to be the distraction from all the political commentary and you would go to just watch, you know, shitheads do comedy at night. And then it just started being, you know, what a piece of shit Trump is. And like Jimmy Kimmel's crying. Like once a week, Jimmy Kimmel was crying about something. You're like, Jimmy, Jesus, like get your medication adjusted. Like there's pills for, you know, going through menopause. Like the mood swings are a bitch. I know, but you can figure this out. And he just wouldn't stop crying. Well, now, last night on the show, we watched that Billy Eichner, like 3-minute meltdown that he had in his nice, posh New York apartment, talking about how terrible all this is for America. Well, now we have Jimmy Kimmel on his show, essentially begging his audience to not vote for Trump. Which, again, by the way, when you've spent the whole day every time you turn on your phone or the TV, it's somebody on there talking about Trump or Kamala Harris. The first thing you want to do at 10:30 at night when you're getting ready to go to bed is listen to a guy bug you about the election. So we've got that. We got a Diddy update. It's kind of a big one. A judge has basically started telling people, like, name names. You got like all these lawsuits that are coming out. The judge in one of these lawsuits is saying you gotta identify yourself. You got to start naming names, or I'm throwing this lawsuit out. So this could get really interesting really quickly. And also, someone before the show started, when I was on my way back home this morning from SP's, they said they sent me a thing. Andy Dick was on Adam Carolla's show yesterday. And we'll check in on Andy Dick. We're not going to listen to too much of it. I just want to see how he's doing, because the last time we saw Andy Dick, wasn't he just sleeping on some mattress in some guy's house, and they were IRL streaming with him, and it was all just very weird. It was very strange. So we're going to get to all of that today. It's going to be a very busy show. Plus, I've got my Halloween costume. We're celebrating. Throw a little something in the trick-or-treat bag. Isn't it greasy with $5? Says, where did Kamala Harris's parents meet? An Oakland 7-Eleven robbery? Oakland 7. Oh, because one of them's Indian and the other. Oh, that's, you know what? That's adorably fucking racist. Jesus. 305 is the number for today. Thank you very much. Yeah, Anonymous over on Rumble says, Andy Dick is still alive. Yep. He's still alive. He's still kicking. And he looks, I don't know, like when you say Andy Dick looks like shit or he looks good, like really you're grading on a curve. He looks better than the last time we saw him. Do you remember that video, that piece of grifting shit Elisa Jordana did where Andy Dick was just somebody beat the fuck out of him? Andy Dick beat up. Yeah. So Elisa Jordana, that fucking piece of shit, that user vampire slag, had Andy Dick on her stream when Andy was clearly fucked up and somebody had just beaten the shit out of him in Las Vegas. And Elisa Jordana just puts him on a live web show. If you've never
Andy,
seen this is
face,
fucking
sweetheart.
disgusting.
Horrible.
Didn't tell him to go to the hospital. God, she's evil. Like, she is a fucking evil woman. She has no empathy. She has no ability to feel for people. All she has is she has a one-track mind. Me famous, eyeballs me. How can this make me more of like a star or get me more attention or anything else? And man, look, Andy Dick's a fuck up. Andy Dick was never like going to like get better all the way. Like I don't think she may have put her hands on the scales a little, but I don't know if her not doing shit like this was going to allow him to get sober and be clean. But doing shit like this certainly didn't help, and she didn't fucking care. Not only was she like, oh, this probably doesn't help Andy, but I get a lot of views from it, so it's good for my career. It was more like whether or not this was good for Andy never entered her brain in any way, shape, or form. I've hated this chick for years because she is just so openly, she's an open manhole cover. Well, not an open manhole cover, Aaron, you retard. An open manhole. She's just a sewer with liquid shit pouring out of it and the smell of nasty burrito diarrhea permeating the streets when she's around.
Hurts. It hurts really bad.
Andy, who did this to you?
Stranger. Literal stranger.
Why don't you help him get to the hospital, you fucking bitch? Look at her. She's loving this. So she's trying to wear concern on her face, but the eyes tell all. Look into the eyes. She is laser focused. She knows what she's doing. She's loving this. This is good. She's just counting the views. counting the speech to texts, counting the money that's coming in. You shouldn't be able to watch someone like this on a stream and keep the camera on. You should be like, turn this the fuck off. I didn't realize you looked this bad. We're going to, you know what? We're going to call an ambulance. We're going to get you to the hospital. We'll get this taken care of. But nope. Not fucking Elisa Jordana. She just puts him on there and lets people stare at him painfully. Oh, look at this. Mary with $10 on Venmo says, for your commissary fund. Yeah, thank you, guys. Toss into the commissary fund this morning and I can get a Snickers.
A stranger beat you up for no reason, Andy?
Yes.
All right, I'm not going to watch any more of this because it makes me fucking sick, and then I hate her, and then I get really mad. So that's one of the last times we saw Andy Dick, and that was a little under 2 years ago. Well, Adam Carolla had him on his show recently, and, I mean, I guess he looked better than that, which is good. Oh, by the way, $2.95 after Mary dropped 10 in the commissary account. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. She has permanent chemical peel face, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Yeah, I mean, the way she used that guy was just so fucking dirty. And like, it takes a lot to make people feel like sympathy for Andy Dick because Andy Dick has created almost all of his own problems. But to watch her just use him for content like that, oh boy, she's far more hateable than he is. Let's go to Rex Start parody account. He says, oh man, did you see Aaron Imholte today? He totally admitted he should be in jail by dressing up as a prisoner. I'm not even joking, just self-felting, buddy. I would hope PPP would appreciate the costume. If we can't poke fun at ourselves, who can we poke fun? You shouldn't be able to make fun of other people if you can't make fun of yourself. Gray Duckling with $10 says, what? No star or numeral tattoo? It's not a Holocaust costume. I'm not a Jew in the Holocaust. It's just the title of the costume is Jailbird. That's the title of it. It's nothing Holocaust related. I promise. 290 away from today. Thank you, Gray Duckling. All the links to the commissary fund are in the chat. Thanks again. Okay. So Andy Dick was on Adam Carolla's show. And this was kind of nice to see because Adam Carolla when podcasts first started being a thing, you know, Carolla left radio, or he was fired or whatever. So when Stern left radio, he was replaced by 3 people. 3 shows replaced Howard Stern. Out west on the Western affiliates, it was Adam Carolla. In the Midwest, it was Rover's Morning Glory. And on the East Coast, it was Opie and Anthony. Those were it took 3 shows to replace Howard Stern on terrestrial when he left for Sirius. And I think of those 3 shows, the only one that's still on the radio is Rover's Morning Glory. They're still going. But Opie and Anthony has been dead for over 10 years. Adam Carolla is on the internet now. He got canned from the CBS gig, started the podcast, and for a while there, it was Adam Carolla and Mark Maron. Those were the 2 big dogs in podcasting. Adam's still going. I think... Has he let everybody go? Except like behind the scenes people? Does he still have a co-host or anything? I haven't followed Carolla in a long time. But he had Andy Dick on recently, and I just wanted to check this out. I haven't had time to grab clips of this or anything else. Somebody sent this to me, and I thought, well, you know what? Let's check on Andy Dick. Before we get into election stuff and we start getting bogged down with all of that, a little human interest piece, if you will.
College, which I did. I went to 3 different ones. But, you know, Illinois Wesleyan, Columbia College, and University of Illinois only for 2 years, and I dropped out because I was acting outside.
How old were you when your dad passed?
And we'll jump around here, but
Right.
he looks better, right? He looks better. He sounds rough, but like also psychologically, all this shit's gonna take a toll on you. So I don't know if that's like he's coming down or he's just depressed or what. I don't like this bag being in the shot because it gives me the idea that like all his belongings are in there, you know? Let's go and skip ahead to segment 2.
But you're looking for something specific, right?
I'm looking for things that
it's
sort of
gonna
look like
glow.
this.
All right, but let me
I'm so disappointed.
let me bring this up.
Of strange openings. Would you say that's true?
True. And what's your point? Do you have a point,
Listen.
officer?
No, I respect
Are you
that.
taking me on?
He's drinking, isn't he? Because I just fast forwarded about 50 minutes in, and his voice already sounds different. Here, 5601 is where we're at. Let's go to here.
Years ago.
He looked at my dick, too. On the air.
On the air with me, too. Oh, my God.
He looked at your dick
He
on...
has a thing about looking at.
He said...
Maybe
I was
not.
thinking about it today because
Janine Garofalo was in there.
right,
Who else
Janine
was in there?
Bob Odenkirk,
All right.
who really is doing well, except for his ball cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Odenkirk has ball cancer? Fucking Better Call Saul's got cancer in his nuts? I didn't hear about this. You hear about this, folks? Did you hear about this? Better Call Saul has ball cancer.
Yeah. I didn't hear about that, but
Wait, no, I think it's butt cancer.
I didn't hear about that either. But
no.
anyway.
Wait,
It's
what?
some
Hold on a minute. Is Andy Dick just talking out of his asshole? Does Odenkirk cancer? No, Bob Odenkirk has not had cancer, but he did have a heart attack on the set of Better Call Saul in 2020. So Andy Dick's just talking out of his ass. Bob Odenkirk has no cancer. He's never had cancer in his ass, never had cancer. So Andy Dick's just a fucking idiot who made that shit up. So Andy Dick's still a fucking problem.
I remember. He got hepatitis. No.
All right.
Shit, I remember now. He got a cold.
Oh, okay.
But he's fine now.
It's good.
He took Theraflu or whatever the fuck.
So
He's
back to the Ben Stiller.
He's fucked up still. He's still fucked up. There's just a lot of mumbling and not making any sense. And apparently somewhere in this interview, and again, I didn't even know this existed. Somebody sent it to me. Andy Dick on Diddy parties, Phil Hartman, and how he pays the bills. I'd be very interested to listen to this if I could get through just the fact that Andy Dick makes me insane. I would like to hear how he's paying the bills because he was doing that IP2 streaming shit. And they were embarrassing the fuck out of him. And they were just, I don't even know if they were paying him. I think they were just keeping him fucked up is what they were doing with Andy Dick. They're saying, Bob Odenkirk had a heart attack after taking the shots. Oh, it was in 2021. So that's a possibility. But then again, in 2021, how old was Odenkirk? See, like, I blame the vaccine for less and less the older someone is. Okay, so he's 62 now. That would have been 3 years ago. He would have been 59 years old. 59 years old is having a heart attack age. Your heart can start taking a shit on you at 59. Gico Keenis says Andy killed Phil Hartman. Well, okay, let's back that truck up and let's break it down a little bit. He didn't kill Phil Hartman, but he did start giving Phil's wife Lynn cocaine after she had been clean for years, and he got her back on coke, and she went fucking crazy, and Phil Hartman was not happy about her being on coke. And he tried to confront her about it and leave her and everything else. And she just shot him. And did she shoot him and shoot herself? Or did she shoot him and drown herself in the pool? I thought the pool was involved somehow. How did Phil Hartman die? Bryn shot him. I thought it was Lynn. Bryn shot and killed him and later killed herself. Okay. Yeah, Bryn's drug and alcohol abuse. There's a famous story. If you're a news radio fan, then you know this story. After Phil Hartman died, John Lovitz came in to replace him. I think they did one season with John Lovitz replacing Phil Hartman. And Andy Dick and John Lovitz hated each other for whatever reason. I think Hobo Chili Recipe nails it in the chat. If John Lovitz wants to kill you, then you're a problem. Yeah, John Lovitz to this day fucking hates Andy Dick and would like to kill him. And Andy Dick was obviously a drug addict and alcoholic, and he was giving John Lovitz shit one day on the set of news radio. And if you talk to anybody on Saturday Night Live, movies he's worked on, TV shows he's worked on, nobody has a bad word to say about John Lovitz. So to piss John Lovitz off it's a feat, it's an accomplishment. So Andy Dick is yelling at John Lovitz, and he goes, I hate that you're here. You shouldn't even be here. It's not right. Like, Andy Dick was talking about how, he had the audacity to talk about how, like, Phil Hartman shouldn't be dead. And then, John Lovitz, you shouldn't even be here. So John Lovitz had enough of it one day, and he looked at Andy Dick and he just said, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't given Bryn coke. And that seemed to upset Andy Dick quite a bit. Quite a bit. There's somebody tells this story very well. It's and by the way, I can very much relate to that story now. Who knows? Maybe I could have been Phil Hartman. John Lovitz, Andy Dick. Do we have that story? 4 minutes. John Lovitz once bashed Andy Dick's head into a bar over Phil Hartman's death. Yeah, here we go. Joe Rogan on working with Andy Dick on news radio. All right, let's do this one.
Funny Feuds is an ongoing series where we talk about the behind-the-scenes battles of the people that make us laugh.
Stunned the entertainment world. Phil Hartman, who gained fame on Saturday night
by his close friend and SNL castmate John Lovitz. To this day, John Lovitz won't even talk about his time on news radio and interviews because he hates the circumstances that led to him joining the cast. John was
Lovitz and Hartman were really good buddies.
Devastated by Phil's death and felt that Andy was to blame, and that if Andy hadn't given the cocaine to Bryn, Phil would still be alive. Bryn had been...
I'm just looking at it now. Anyone else see like Phil Hartman in the running for Heisenberg? like maybe if Hartman had stayed alive, he might be Walter White. Because what year did he die? 97? That would be 10, 12 years later. He might still be young enough.
And intoxicated on a mixture of Zoloft, alcohol, and cocaine at the time of the murder-suicide. Things were tense on set between John and Andy, and at one point after Andy had been giving John a hard time, things escalated to the point where Andy told John, "Well, you shouldn't be here." To which John replied, "Well, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't given Bryn coke in the first place."
Ooh. Again, John Lovitz, a guy that people, like, you listen to anybody in entertainment, they don't have a bad word to say about him. He wants to kill Andy Dick. And it makes sense. I get it. I don't think it's any secret. I mean, I've been very public about it. I'm the John Lovitz to somebody else's Andy Dick, and I've had my fights in person. I've been John Lovitz. I've had a similar conversation with somebody. Now that I think I love this John Lovitz quote so much because I've said something to this effect to somebody else in the past.
The timeline of the next two events is a bit unclear, but we know that at one point the two made up, with John apologizing to Andy for what he said and saying that he realized it wasn't really his fault. Then, sometime later, Andy visited a restaurant.
So, that's important to note. John Lovitz felt bad. And this is the weird thing about dealing with fucking junkies like Andy Dick, is that you'll say something, and because you're not fucked up, even though you were totally right to say it, and you had every right to say what you said, you'll still feel bad because you have a conscience and you'll be like, that got away from me. I shouldn't have done that. Blah, 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 blah. But you're never going to get that reciprocated from an Andy Dick. So John Lovitz goes and he apologizes. He's like, that was too far. That was over the line. But Andy Dick won't stop being Andy Dick. Junkies won't stop being junkies.
Restaurant that John was the partial owner of. John also happened to be at the restaurant with a friend and had been treated to some peach liqueurs by the table next to them. Andy allegedly approached the table and downed both drinks.
Really hard to fight the John Lovitz is a secret gay rumors when you're drinking peach liqueur. But go ahead.
By the table next to them. Andy allegedly approached the table and downed both drinks. According to John, Andy then smiled and said to him, I put the Phil Hartman hex on you. You're the next one to die.
See, like, that pisses you off in two ways. One, this fucking retard junkie won't shut his fucking mouth. And number two, now you feel like an asshole from backing down from the time you said something really mean. Like, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't given Bryn coke in the first place. John Lovitz was right to say that. Fuck this asshole. But you feel bad because you're not a fucking junkie and a terrible person. So you go, look, I'm sorry. That got away from me. My bad. And the addict only hears that he got an apology, so he's off the hook. He doesn't self-reflect. He doesn't feel bad. So Andy Dick comes up the next time he sees him. I put the Phil Hartman hex on you. You're the next to die. Beat the shit out of the fucking guy at that point. Just fucking kick his ass.
John was angered and had Andy removed and banned from the restaurant. Then the final documented confrontation between the two occurred in June of 2007 at the Laugh Factory. Unfortunately, there's no video of what happened at the Laugh Factory that night. Betcha Kramer wishes that were the case the year before, too.
Ah, look at it. If only this guy had a delivery that wasn't, as Tridio says, more monotone than Ben Stein. That would have been a good line. Oh, man. You know who's happy that there was video of Kramer's set? Everybody who was alive when Kramer's set came out. Oh, that was one of the wildest tapes ever.
But along with John, there are two accounts from people who were at the Laugh Factory that night. Club owner Jamie Masada and Godfrey, who was them
Buddy. He beat the shit out of Andy Dick, buddy.
Seeing that night. Andy popped into the Laugh Factory and did a surprise guest spot, which angered John, who was also in attendance that night. After his set, Andy approached John, who had no intention of speaking with him. John demanded that Andy apologize for the Phil Hartman hex comment he had made previously. First, Andy said he had no recollection of saying that.
I was just going to say Andy Dick probably doesn't even fucking remember it because he's a piece of shit.
Then Andy reportedly said, you know why I said it? Because you said I killed Phil Hartman. Andy, apparently unable to read the room, went on to ask John to be in his new movie. John...
I put the Phil Hartman hex on you. You're the next one to die. Fuck you. You said that thing. You blamed me for Phil's death, so I said that shit to you. Anyway, do you want to be in my movie? God, that is such a fucking alcoholic, druggy thing to do.
Then grabbed Andy.
As long as they don't have a problem, they figure no one else is allowed to have a problem. If they're fine with it, then you have to be fine with it. And if you're not fine with it, then you're the asshole. Oh, God. You know what? The dynamic to these two. I tell you what, this guy should be wearing a prisoner outfit and this guy should be dressed like a Baldo.
And said, I don't want to be in your movie. I don't want to be in your life.
I don't want your life.
John then bashed Andy's head into the bar over and over until the two were separated by security.
Yes.
Jamie Masada said as much right after the fact, telling news outlets, quote, John picked Andy up by the head and smashed him into the bar 4 or 5 times, and blood started pouring out of his nose.
Good.
John said the same in an interview with Dennis Miller a month later, telling Dennis, I just lost it, so I grabbed him by the shirt and I pushed him against the wall. And he's just smiling at me. And then I realized, ooh, here's my chance. So I grabbed...
Imagine getting the living shit beat out of you by a guy who's probably gay like John Lovitz. Like, imagine John Lovitz. Imagine pissing John Lovitz off so bad. And this goes back to what Hobo Chili Recipe said. Imagine taking a guy like John Lovitz and making him so insane that he smashes your head into the bar like it's Hulk Hogan smashing a guy into the turnbuckle. It would have been great, too, if John would have grabbed Andy Dick by the head and went, 1, 2, 3, and just did the 10 count with everybody. It would have been awesome. Big boot, leg drop, put Andy to sleep. You would have done him a favor.
grabbed him by his shirt and pushed him really hard, and I smashed his back and his head into the bar. And I did it again. I would have kept going, but the doorman broke it up.
Imagine you're such a junky waste of space that you make John Lovitz look like Rambo. God, Andy Dick deserved everything he got.
In the same interview, John commented on the event saying, "I'm not proud of it, but he's a disgusting human being."
Fair. I don't beat yourself up over it, John. I don't think anybody listening to this, if they're still awake, it's very monotone. I don't think anybody listening to this blames you one bit. In fact, they're probably wishing you would have done more.
And all the comedians are glad I did it because this guy is an asshole.
Yeah.
Godfrey also recently told his account of what happened that night on his podcast.
Like shit. I run back up. Hey, Andy Dick, everybody.
Ooh.
And John Lovitz is slamming Andy Dick against the wall in the lobby.
Really?
There's a fight with John Lovitz going like, "You motherfucker!" trying to whoop his ass. John Lovitz.
See, that's everybody's right, because John Lovitz is seen as like this nice guy. So everyone's like, John Lovitz? Wait, are we talking about the same guy? That's the ticket, John Lovitz? Like that? The little puffy gay, that smashing it? It's gay on gay crime right there. So, yeah, Labglass says, John Lovitz in Roadhouse. No shit. You're making John Lovitz look like fucking Dalton. Wish he would have fucking reached in and ripped Andy Dick's heart out. That would have been awesome. That would have been great. No, hobo, I don't wish for that to be a copycat of Phil Hartman's wife. Bappa Shab with a good point. Bappa, you got to put shit in context when I say it. I've been John Lovitz. Said nobody ever. It's not what I meant. Hulkamasha Baby says this guy's drier than SP after Aaron takes his clothes off. That, you really don't care if you're hurting someone, do you? You don't care if you're hurting anyone. Tridio with $5 says, does this guy know how to emote? Ben Stein is less monotone. Yeah, he's got a bit of an energy problem. Gray Duckling with $5 says you should have this as a drop. It hits home for you. All right, we'll check it out here. 285 is our number for this morning. Thank you, guys. Keep that going. Put a little something in the commissary fund, eh? Thank you very much for your donations. Daylaw, becoming a member for 4 months, says, are you okay, man? You're really phoning it in. Yes, I'm dressed as a prisoner shouting into a microphone. Just really low energy today. Here we go, Gray Duckling. What do you got?
Losing his mind. And I'm reaping all the benefits.
It's true. I'm John Lovitz again. I can't. What is it about me today? I can't seem to escape relating to an overweight, secretly gay man. Wait, hold on. Is it a secret? Hold on. Is John Lovitz gay? Oh. He lives in Washington, D.C. with his husband, NBC News meteorologist Steven Sosna. So he's just a gay guy. Well, I'll be honest, that takes a lot of the... Oh, you know what? Different guy. This is Jonathan Lovitz, an American policy advocate, former actor and nonprofit executive. What are the fucking odds? He's a 40-year-old political affairs guy. He's the director of public affairs and senior advisor at the U.S. Economic Development Administration within the U.S. Department of Commerce. Oh, so this guy works for Biden. So he's a 40-year-old gay dude with a husband. But John Lovitz is not. There are articles here saying that John Lovitz may be asexual. Lovitz is a supporter of the Democratic Party. However, he is an outspoken critic of former President Barack Obama. Okay, so he's a little on the fence, I suppose. Eaton Clam says Aaron washes down Blue Chews with peach schnapps. I feel like that would defeat the purpose of any kind of dick enhancement, wouldn't it? Like, because alcohol's going to thin the blood, and then I feel like you're doing a devil's dance. Gradient says, holy shit, you are in a jail suit. Wait, what? Hold on. Where the fuck did this come from? It's Halloween, buddy. You got to have a Halloween costume, and I figure you'd enjoy this one. Jesus. Thank you very much. 285 is our number for today. All right, let's jump into some things here. I'm sure that this next thing I'm about to play you it is just a one-off, and it's not a problem at all, and this election is going to be totally on the up and up, and whoever wins, it's going to be fair and square. There's no reason for this next story or two to really worry you or concern you at all, nor should that federal official who was giving that press conference yesterday and telling us that in Michigan, there are Dominion voting machines who are having issues with the party line ballots. So in Michigan, apparently you can just vote party line. So you can either like select an option on a paper ballot, or you can just select an option on a touch screen that says you want to vote Republican down the line or Democrat down the line. And wouldn't you know, in Michigan, a very important swing states, the Dominion voting machines are having problems with the vote all party votes. I bet if we looked into it, this weird, strange, random problem that these machines are having is that when you hit vote all Republican, for some reason, Donald Trump's name gets left out. I bet that's just a weird glitch, a random computer glitch that they're having with the Dominion voting machines. And, also, I mean, good thing they caught it 8 days before the election, huh? Or no, it would have been 6 days. It was yesterday. Good thing they caught it 6 days before the election, huh? I mean, that's really good. I mean, that gives them time to fix it. And then what's that? Early voting started? They can't fix it. It's just it's a glitch. Okay. Boy, I really hope that doesn't come up after the election. They're fucking with us. They're purposely breaking this shit down so that when it doesn't go a certain way and we go, well, fuck this, your fucking Dominion voting machines were rigged, they can go, oh, how dare you say they were rigged? They were having mechanical problems. Oh, sorry. Mechanical problems. I apologize. Let's continue here. This is a voting machine issue they're having in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now, if we're having problems with voting machines in Arkansas and Kamala Harris ends up being competitive in Arkansas, then we'll know there was something fucked up.
I've seen posts on social media lately claiming voting machines are changing votes.
Now, see, this is the part where I watch the news and I go, yeah, right? And you're here to tell me that that's a bunch of bullshit. That's what I always hope for. It's like, you may have seen reports that people are concerned that voting machines are changing votes. Well, that's a bunch of fucking bullshit. We've done tests and we've done studies and we found out that these voting machines are totally cool. Nope, we don't get that anymore.
Here in Craighead County, there is no validity to those claims, though they have been circulating online since early voting began in Arkansas.
Okay, but why? I love that. We don't have any of that here in Gwinnett County, Arkansas, but that's not stopping people from saying it. Why? Why are they saying it?
This gauge takes us to the polls to put the machines to the test and to get the experiences of local voters.
Okay, good, because I want to see this. Because people kind of give me shit for this sometimes because I become a little Minnesota supremacist, I guess you'd say. But the way we do it, like in my opinion, the way Minnesota does elections is the way to do elections. And that is, you have a piece of paper and you have your candidate, and next to it you have a little oval, a little circle, and you take a Sharpie and you just fill in the circle. And then you put it in the scanning thing and it counts your votes. Like none of this touch screen shit, none of this electronic shit. Let's have paper ballots, let's feed them into the counter, and let's call it good.
How easy are voting machines to use? Are they creating errors when it comes to voters' ballots?
See, like, look at this guy. He's touching the screen and the selection is bouncing all over the place.
I took a trip to the Craighead County Election Annex to get those questions answered. I met with Jennifer Clack, who is the Craighead County Election Commissioner. Before the polls opened for the day, she let me test out multiple machines to see if any issues arose when selecting candidates. What we're going to do is we're going to go test out some of these machines.
Absolutely. Pick a machine, wherever you want to go.
I like this one. I don't know why, but that one right there, it is.
Oh.
We tried out 2 different machines, making sure to select every candidate for every race multiple times in that process.
And it worked just fine, except for only one candidate. So that worked out great. Who was the candidate? It's not important.
Neither of us experienced any issues. So everything so far so good there. I'll check the same thing down here for Congress, for treasurer. Once we were done, we double-checked the test ballots for accuracy and then promptly discarded of them. Then, just for good measure, I hopped in line to exercise my civic duty. So I just went through the process myself, got my I voted sticker here, and I do have to say that the process was very simple. It was very easy. Once I got into the booth, I had no issues with the machine, and if you don't...
Yeah, you live in fucking Arkansas. Nobody's trying to rig shit in Arkansas. That's like if the Republicans were cheating. And like the Republicans were trying to cheat to win in swing states. And like the Republicans were trying to prove that they weren't cheating. So they went, what? We're here in California and all the Democratic votes are being tallied just fine. Okay, cool. Now do Michigan. So we have that coming from Arkansas. Now let's check somewhere else. Let's pick a random state. How about Colorado? Let's see what's going on there. Colorado Secretary of State inadvertently leaked voting machine passwords in a public spreadsheet. Great. Yeah, I mean, awesome. Colorado Secretary of State says, I'm disappointed by SCOTUS ruling on Trump eligibility. So she's a Democratic Secretary of State. Oh, then just last month, she sent 30,000 mailers to illegal immigrants, inviting them to register to vote. And now we find out that she accidentally leaked the passwords to Dominion voting machines. And they've been up for months. So this wasn't like her office leaked the Dominion stuff and then went, and then after that just went, oh, man, oopsie daisy, and then undo, Control Z, and it's over. No. She leaked the election machine, the voting machine passwords, and then just left them up for anyone who wanted to see them for months. Before we get to that, let's thank Tridio for $2. He says, so only vote Dem is the right way. Yeah, that would be the way to do it, I think. Then your ballot won't have any problems. That would be funny. I would appreciate it in a way if they just came out and said that. Like in Michigan, they were like, hey, we're having problems with straight down the ballot party line voting. What do you suggest we do? Well, it seems like if you hit Democrat, you don't have a problem. So if you want to exercise your civic duty and not have any problems with your ballot, just vote Democrat and you'll be clean and you can get out of here. Wow. Thank you. Wow. All right. Let's go to this Colorado story. Also, Tridio with $2. Look up Arkansas electoral votes 1872. Fun stuff. Oh, really? That was what? That was Washington v. Adams 2. By the way, guys, thank you very much for putting money in my Halloween candy bucket or my commissary fund, whatever you want to call it. $280 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rant, Super Chats. All the links are there in the chat. Go ahead and throw us a few bucks, and let's call it another win for the toe. What do you say? Here we go. Our Colorado voting machine story. What I meant to say was, how about an ad?
Can this $87.99 electric car jack?
Passwords for Colorado's voting systems were posted online for anyone to see for months, if you knew where to look. Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold.
Well, yeah, I mean, in fairness, how are all the Democratic operatives supposed to know how to get into the voting machines if you don't put the passwords up online?
Office apparently posted them online by accident. Griswold's office found out last Thursday and had not told the county clerks who actually run elections.
Like this. How stupid do we have to pretend to be? That's the worst part of this, is like, how much do I have to have my intelligence insulted so that you can have your election the way you want it? Because if you leaked these passwords and then they stayed up there for months, and then when you found out, you didn't tell the people actually running the elections who are in physical possession of these voting machines, what am I supposed to do? Like, what if I complain about it, you're going to say I'm a conspiracy theorist and I'm not respecting democracy or whatever. But if I let it go, I'm insulting my own intelligence by going, well, yeah, this is totally fine. And also, if you're a Secretary of State, what's one of your main jobs? One of your main jobs as Secretary of State is to make sure, some would say this is your only job, is to make sure that the elections are run smoothly and properly. If you let the password to the Dominion voting machines out, knowing how sensitive that shit is, and you leave it up for months, that should be an automatic resignation. Like, you should lose your job for that. The level of accountability in public life is so low that it makes me jealous. Vance Rosberg with $5 says, I say if we hit the goal by 10, you go until 11 so we can see you suffer in that costume. I tell you what, you guys knock out today's goal before the 5-minute mark, before the 5-minute can rattle mark. I'll go until 11 today. I will give you guys 5 hours if you knock out today's goal before 9:50. Let's say that. Thank you for the $5, Vance. 280 away from today.
Then the Colorado Republican Party went public today, demanding that Griswold secure those voting machines.
Fuck that. I'm tired of politics. Like, that's one thing I hate about politics too, is that somebody fucks up and they always want the person who fucked up to be the person to fix it. Like, no, bring in somebody else to fix the fuck up. Fire the person who fucked up and bring in somebody more competent to fix it. It's always like, oh my God, you guys are incredibly incompetent. You're terrible. Here, fix this problem. I thought we just said that these people are incompetent and they can't be trusted. Oh, indeed, they can't. They're fucking terrible. Well, then why are we giving them more shit to do? Well, because, they have to clean up their mess. Yeah, but I'm thinking they're not capable.
Here's Marshall Zellinger.
The Colorado Secretary of State's office is required to maintain a spreadsheet of certified voting systems for each county. That's this list. At the bottom of any spreadsheet, you can have multiple tabs. You can also hide a tab. But if you post the raw spreadsheet to a
Hold on a second. Gordy? I just heard a thump. And it's the thump I typically hear when Gordy jumps off the bed in the morning. And usually he doesn't get up till the show's over. Yeah, he would have come down here if he needs to go outside. We're okay.
Public website, apparently anyone can also unhide the tab. This happened and apparently revealed one set of passwords for voting computers in Colorado.
So this spreadsheet was just put out online. There was no access. There was no password for access, no PIN code, nothing like that. You could just access this spreadsheet and get all the passwords to the voting machines.
Next confirmed this with the Secretary of State's office today, but we learned about it this morning in an email blast from the Colorado Republican Party. The passwords had...
So there's the other thing. The Secretary of State does this, and we would have never known about it if Republicans hadn't found out about it and written something to the media. So the Secretary of State was never going to come out and just fix this and tell everybody, whoops, we fucked up. The Republican Party of Colorado had to find out about it and then sing to the rafters. Great.
been up for months without it being known, and some, but not all, were current and active.
There are 2 passwords to get into any voting component along with physical access.
Democratic Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold explained how each computer component requires 2 passwords to gain access. The ones on the website were just one of the passwords, and it requires in-person access by multiple people, which is tracked by 24/7 video recording and badge IDs that record who has gained access.
So this sounds like a whole lot of cope, as they say. This sounds like a whole lot of excuse making. I mean, yeah, I did some retarded shit and I did something really stupid, but it's like I could have been way more retarded. It's just when people are already on edge about whether or not their vote's being counted or whether or not these election results are legitimate, every single one of these fuck-ups is going to be under a microscope. Well, and it looks like somebody did ask her to step down. That's good. Because that should be on the table.
A final question. This is not the first time that your office has made mistakes that have damaged voters' confidence in our elections. In 2022, your office sent out mailers to 30,000 non-citizens inviting them to register to vote. They, of course...
Oh, boy. And remember, in 2022, there were a lot of close Senate races, House races, governor races. And she's like, come on. Like, sending mailers to illegals to register to vote. I mean, if like 15 or 20 of them get one, well, shit happens. But 30,000, that's targeted.
Are not eligible to register to vote. That same year, your office used Colorado's ballot tracking system to send messages to specific Coloradans encouraging them to vote when, in fact, they had already voted.
Oh, this woman's crooked as fuck. So she sent out registration things to 30,000 illegals. Then she took people who already voted, used their voting information to send them stuff to say, hey, you should probably go vote. What is this, the sheriff's election in the gangs of New York?
Causing confusion that had to be cleaned up by the county clerks. And now this leak of the voting system passwords. Given your office's repeated errors that have damaged confidence in our elections, which you say is paramount, will you resign?
Resign? Dude, if this was Japan, they'd be lowering the shades and closing the door and she'd be eviscerating herself.
Absolutely not, Kyle. And I just want to...
Kyle, I'm not going to resign. I have a job to do to make sure that Donald Trump votes are not counted. I mean that every vote is something.
Absolutely not, Kyle. And I just want to... You're unfairly characterizing and leaving out some crucial information.
What? Why? What crucial information am I leaving out when I say that did you not send 30,000 illegals invitations to register to vote? Did you not contact people who had already voted using their voting history to encourage them to go vote again? By the way, I'd like to see the party affiliation of the people you sent those to, because I'm sure it was an accident and it was just 50-50 and random chance. Fuck. None of these people have to resign. She won't resign because I'm not convinced she wasn't doing the job she was told to do. So yes, Vance, to answer your question, and thank you for the $5. If we hit the goal before 9:50, I'll go until 11 today. He says he wants to see me suffer in that costume. You know what? Deal. Mr. Beat says just use paper ballots. No one trusts Dominion to begin with. I agree. I don't, again, I hate to be a Minnesota supremacist, but I think that we should just use our system. I think it works the best. NF Cap says, NF Caps must have guessed earlier that she was going to step down. He says, my bad. She said she won't resign. What a corrupt, degenerate woman. He says, fuck Jenna Griswold. She sued to get Trump off the ballot in her state. She leaked that shit on purpose. I think she resigned yesterday as well. Oh, did she? Let's see. That's not in the article I have from yesterday. Secretary of State Griswold discusses voting equipment password leaks, says employee responsible is gone. says she will not resign after leak of voting system passwords. Okay, so she didn't resign. And again, she shouldn't resign because she was probably given marching orders to do this. Can't fire her for doing her job, right? King Kong Dong says, did you see KJP denying Biden's garbage comments? Yeah. We're gonna get into the garbage comments and all that and the Joe Biden stuff, and then we're gonna get to Kamala's response to it. Dude, I'm telling you, I've been saying from the beginning, he's kneecapping her, and they are not on good terms because when they give public statements on shit, it is very clear that the two sides are not communicating. Before we do that, let's I got to throw out a thank you here. Or maybe it's going to take me a minute before I can throw out this thank you. Thank you to Paul. He says, suffer in the box. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, if you guys want to put me in the in solitary confinement today, go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. That's going to put us at $2.75 for this morning. Keep it going. You guys are doing great. Thank you for all of your support of Steel Toe and the money that keeps the wheels turning. Gradient says, yeah, you see that notch? That's notch 45. That one's you Irish bog bastard. You know what? I think I want to watch that movie before the election. That is such a good, Gangs of New York is a good flick. It's a weird movie because there's sometimes when you watch a 3-hour long movie or whatever, if it's really good, you'll say, oh, it doesn't feel its length. Stop it. But Gangs of New York is a weird movie where it absolutely feels like it's as long as it is. Stop it. But you're okay with it. Stop. I shouldn't be saying shit about length and girth and shit like that when I'm wearing a prison uniform. It doesn't look good. Yes. Chips and Diff says, how much to put you back in the Baldo bunker? That's worse. No. Then you got to give me, then you got to put me, I'm going to need a cyanide capsule and a handgun for myself because I ain't going. When the van comes to pick me up, I'll be outside walking around going, Attica, 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 Attica. Thank you very much to Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says a small dono to make sure Aaron stays 30 days in the hole. Yeah, 5-hour show on the line today. If you guys, like I said, if you guys knock out that goal before 9:50 today, excuse me, burping on air is not okay. Gradient says I binged that movie so much. Gangs of New York is and I may be alone on this, but I feel like it's a Scorsese movie that gets lost in the shuffle because you've got like Casino, Goodfellas, all those movies from the 70s and 80s, Departed, all that shit. I feel like Gangs of New York kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit, but it's a very, very good movie. King of Kong Dong says, I love Gangs of New York, but I feel like it can end a half hour sooner. Yeah, I don't think we necessarily needed all of like the draft riot shit. But then again, it did provide context for the final battle. So it didn't bother me. It did get it got a little theater kiddish at the end, but it was, just a remarkable, dude, if you have Daniel Day-Lewis in your movie, I'm trying to think, Daniel Day-Lewis could play anyone and it would be like an interesting, dramatic movie. If you had like Daniel Day-Lewis as Al Roker, just a fat weatherman who had his stomach stapled, Daniel Day-Lewis would somehow make that the greatest movie that was ever made. Daniel Day-Lewis is a St. Cloud area garbage truck driver. And you're like, holy shit, dude, I've got to finish this movie. I've got to know which route he goes to next. Daniel Day-Lewis is a savant. Let's go ahead and go to our next thing here. We do have some more election stuff coming. We do have the garbage thing also. You know what? This is the garbage thing. Okay, so we're jumping into it now. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw a couple of bucks our way. Thank you very much for your generosity. So Another example yesterday of Joe Biden definitely not on the same page as Kamala, and I think definitely saying shit with a wink and a nudge. You know, the advantage Biden has in wanting to kneecap Kamala Harris is that he can always fall back on the fact that everyone thinks he's senile. So he can just kind of, he's kind of, you know who Joe Biden is right now? He's the old guy in the movie Waiting. You remember that guy, the guy that Ryan Reynolds waits on? And he talks about pretending to be senile. Here, Waiting, senile. I think this is a perfect explanation of Joe Biden.
Hello, sir. My name is Monty. It's my trainee, Mitch. How you doing today? I'm slipping gradually into senility. Really? Do you consider that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, it's a mixed bag. It's good in the sense that I can take walks in my underwear. I can give small children the middle finger. But as long as I'm happy while I'm doing it, people just assume I'm senile. Yeah, so what's the bad? Well, sometimes I give small children the middle finger and don't realize I'm doing it until someone slaps me. So I really am going senile.
See, that's the give and take of being Joe Biden right now. So, like, he can trash Kamala Harris, or he can say something about Trump that makes Kamala look shitty. And when they go, Joe, what are you doing? He can go, oh, I'm so tired. I don't even remember what. Oh, no, Joe needs a nap. And then as soon as they close the door and they tuck him in nice and they just pull the door shut, nighty-night, Joe, he can sit up and just smile like this. The only problem is sometimes he does do goofy shit and he really did forget where he was. So it's, like I said, mixed bag for old Joe. But I'm convinced this moment was Joe Biden, if not working for Donald Trump, working against Kamala Harris. Because, like, Joe Biden's been in public service for 50 years, 60 years. Like, he's not happy about not being allowed to run for president. It's not like The View said, where they were like, oh, we're so happy that you put the country first, which is a nice way of saying, I'm glad you let us put you in the home, Grandpa, because it makes us feel better. So you know he's resentful about that. You know he's upset about being, being benched, essentially, for the backup quarterback. And now watching her fuck up, he's like, I can put the final nail in her coffin. And it seems like he is. Now, the other explanation of this is Joe Biden's just lost his fucking mind and they keep sticking microphones in front of his face because he's, quote unquote, the president. So Biden was doing interviews, was doing some press gaggle shit. And they were talking about the Tony Hinchcliffe shit. And all Joe Biden really has to do is keep his mouth shut and not make problems. And then the Democrats are planning on using this Tony Hinchcliffe thing for the next 5 days until Election Day to prove that Trump's a racist, Trump's a Nazi. They would try to beat him over the head with that and make back some of the ground they've lost in the polls lately. Well, enter Grandpa Joe coming to help out his buddy Kamala.
Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of seen as unconscionable, and it's un-American.
The only garbage I see out there are his supporters. Joe, I don't know if you've looked at the numbers lately, but Kamala needs some of that garbage to shift her way in the next couple of days so she can win the election. So calling someone who's leaning that way garbage, not going to help. Also, he's doing this on Vote Latino. So I don't know if this is like a Latino program on CNN, but you guys understand that your grip on that demographic is slipping too. So calling them El Harbaj is probably not the best way to recruit the Latino vote, especially in places like Arizona, Nevada, those kind of places. So Joe Biden says the only garbage I see floating out there are his supporters. Now, apparently, Corinne Jean-Pierre, and we'll go find this clip, denied that he ever said this at her press briefing. That's a new one for me. You know, you watch a guy say something, the only garbage I see out there are his supporters. And then you ask the press secretary, hey, what do you think about him calling Trump voters garbage? She goes, he didn't. I mean, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, yaha, nah, for the next 15 minutes? Hey, what do you think about him calling him garbage? He didn't. Okay, moving on, I guess. So then Trump trolls Biden. I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but he was doing a rally somewhere, and he showed up in a garbage man's vest, and I believe before or after the rally was driving a physical garbage truck. This is Donald Trump yesterday. He was in Pennsylvania again. Look at that.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I have breaking news for you, Mr. President. You may not have heard this. Just moments ago, Joe Biden stated that our supporters are garbage.
I like the look on Trump's face. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. That's sad. I mean, the guy, that's what I love about Trump. The guy who just bashes the fuck out of everybody and says horrible shit about people. Hey, he called your supporters garbage. Oh, well, that's just, that makes my heart sad. That's really unfortunate that we have to stoop to that level of name calling. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Are garbage. He's talking about the Border Patrol. He's talking about nurses. He's talking about teachers.
Wow.
He's talking about everyday Americans who love their country.
See, this is where you got to watch that disingenuous shit, because turnabout is fair play. Remember when Tony Hinchcliffe made that joke, and all of those media people and all of those Kamala Harris people were going, that's what he thinks. That's what Donald Trump thinks of Puerto Ricans. He thinks they're all garbage, and all Latinos are just garbage, according to Donald Trump. They kind of overplayed their hand. Now Marco Rubio's doing the same thing. He's giving it right back at him. It's like, he called teachers garbage. He literally called garbage men garbage. He called workers garbage. It's, what goes around comes around.
And want to dream big again and support you.
Remember, Ricky, what comes around is all around. Don't you mean what's all around comes around? I love that, but it's one of my favorite part of Trailer Park Boys, where they both fuck up the saying and both treat each other like they're retarded.
Mr. President, and I hope their campaign is about to apologize for what Joe Biden just said. We are not garbage. We are patriots who love America, and thank you for running, Mr. President.
Dude, being a politician is such a fucking mental illness. Like, that doesn't bother Ricky Rubio. That garbage comment, he just sees it as, ooh, I can use that to rile people up. And they just do it so disingenuously, but they're so fucking good at it. Like, people like Marco Rubio scare the shit out of me. Because Marco Rubio can listen to Biden go, the only garbage are his supporters. And he can sit there almost with it like he's holding back a smile and be like, he called you garbage and he called you garbage. But you know something? We're just good, hardworking patriots who love our country. And it's like, dude, you're so not this passionate about this. It's creepy that you can dig this emotion up and just synthetically manufacture it out of thin air. Ugh.
Wow.
All right, pipe down, garbage. You all stink. Is that a guy in a fucking tri-corner hat? Oh, this is fun. We can cosplay at Trump rallies. This guy back here is cosplayed as a Jewish man.
That's terrible.
It's terrible.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
I'm going to kind of miss the theater of all this shit. I really am going to miss the theater. It's really sad. No, well, yeah, that's what it says. It's so unfortunate. It hurts my soul to see that kind of ugliness. Now, anyway, Kamala Harris is a retard. Oh, that's so sad. He called everyone garbage. Anyway, this low IQ cunt I'm running against, folks. Let me see this quote. Yep, there it is. Well, Really tragic. Really something. I mean, that's terrible. Called all of you garbage. You know, this campaign, I've been shot in the ear. They've called me Hitler. And that's certainly no way to talk if we want to keep this country together. So let's make sure we keep this wretched, smelly twat out of office. What do you say? And all of her commie fucking sympathizer, supporter twats.
So you have, remember Hillary, she said deplorable, and then she said irredeemable, right? But she said deplorable, that didn't work out. Garbage, I think, is worse, right? But he doesn't know yet.
I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, folks, but you put them on a scale against each other. And I think the garbage one's going to be down on the ground. I really do. I think it's heavier.
You have to please forgive him. Please forgive him, for he not knoweth what he said.
You know what? Fake magnanimous Trump might be my favorite Trump. Let him go. It's okay. He's an old senile cunt who probably eats the Werther's wrapper. It's all right.
These people, it's terrible, terrible.
It is kind of like in politics now, each candidate just trades gaffes with each other. Like you have the Tony Hinchcliffe floating garbage thing, and then the other side acts like they're never going to fuck up again, and they just go all out on them until like 48 hours later when they inevitably fuck up. And then the other side, forgetting that they fucked up 96 hours ago, acts like they're never going to fuck up again and then starts going after that. It's just this vicious cycle of incompetence that keeps rearing its ugly head. Grand Poobah with $10. Thank you very much. Says, happy Halloween, Aaron. So what are you going to dress up as? Thanks. Mad Joe says MOON spells moon. Very good. Very good. Very good. All right, that knocks another $10 off for today. Buffalo Jockey says, where is Oz? New boot goofing. Yeah, Oz wants to come in for a morning show. The only problem is, like I told him, like, you just tell me anytime. We'll have you in. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, if you're going to dress like a criminal for Halloween for a costume, you need to commit and go full blackface. Oh, black half face? Oh, like Rowdy Piper? Just go right down the middle? Okay, well, he had to walk through airports for like a week with that shit on. So I'm guessing you don't have a problem with that if I have to do that. Thank you guys very much. 265 is our number for today. 265. And I did say if we knock out today's goal before 9:50, I will do. Somebody asked if I do 5 hours today. I think Vance did. I will sit here in this costume for 5 hours if you guys knock it out before 9:50. So 265 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Check it out. Optic Nerve says, wow, those stripes really accentuate your fatness. Now I don't. Now I just want to go. Now I just want to cover up. I want to tie a sweater around my waist and just hide my tummy like a high school girl. All right, guys, feel free to chip into my commissary fund or my trick-or-treat bucket, whatever you want to call it. We got more responses to this garbage thing. I want to see Corinne Jean-Pierre's response to the garbage thing, because that was oh, wait a minute. Breaking news. Numero uno Josh Denny fan. Maybe we need to get Anna Kasparian on the show. He says Anna is really vying for a guest spot on Steel Toe with Aaron Imholt. She's saying all the right things. All right, what'd she say? Okay, fine, I'll bite. Fascism requires a militarized citizenry, conquest, and imperialism, the elimination of our governing bodies, like Congress, and the notion that anyone who isn't part of a master race should be massacred. Well, that's not, no. God damn it, people don't know what the fuck fascism is. Fascism doesn't need to have like an ethno-state property to it. That's not what fascism is. Weird thing to label a guy who brags about not starting any new wars. He also passed criminal justice reform and personally pardoned black inmates who were serving life sentences for drug crimes who Obama was unwilling to pardon, but I'm the fucking stupid one. Okay. Dude, the Ana Kasparian-based storyline is getting better and better. Like, I know everybody in the sector is, like, really happy that she's following all the Rekieta shit. And, like, I was even, dude, to hear Ana Kasparian go on a podcast and talk about me, I'll be honest with you, that was fucking wild. Like, she was on, what's that guy's name? Lilo and Stitch or whatever the fucking, I know that's not their names, but it's like Stretch and Johnny or whatever. She went on, it's a very popular show. I'm not making fun of them. I'm saying I'm retarded for not knowing what it is. But to hear her talk about me, I'm like, what the fuck? But now she's all right-wing as hell. She's defending Trump. She's shitting on Obama. And oh boy, are her supporters mad. The first comment, you're stupid as hell. I'm sorry leftists in Bushwick made fun of you for getting mugged by a homeless man, but excusing Trump's drone war, killing the Iranian nuclear deal, deregulation of civilian rules of engagement, and total disdain for the lives of minorities is pathetic. Can we take those one by one? Trump's drone war. Are you really going to say that Trump is the drone president? I've got 3 words for you. Anwar al-Awlaki. Look it up. Killing the Iranian nuclear deal, because the Iranian nuclear deal essentially assumed that Iran can enrich uranium under our nose and we won't do shit about it. I love that. They're like, oh, they're just going to use it for peaceful power purposes. Once you build a reactor and you have nuclear power, you can make a bomb under everyone's nose however you'd like to. Deregulation of civilian rules of engagement. He didn't do that. That's a state legislature thing. If you're talking about like stand your ground laws and shit, that fight was going on long before Trump. Maybe they're talking about something else. And total disdain for the lives of minorities. Did you not read her original tweet? She was talking about how he pardoned nonviolent black drug offenders, you douche. Ana Kasparian. Oh, wow. She responds to people in her. See, like, I assume Ana Kasparian is way busier than I am. And even I don't want to spend my time doing that shit. I have my Twitter set to, like, I don't get notifications from people unless I follow them and they follow me. Because everybody's allowed to say stupid, retarded shit on Twitter, and I don't have to read it. So I don't understand going. I feel like that's really bad for your mental health to not only go in and read your comments, but also to go in and start like you're going to battle the Twitter guy and what? Convince him and you're going to win? How do you explain more minorities supporting him now than ever before? Are they fascists too? Says Ana Kasparian. Well, I mean, Anna, that your side does do that. Or at least the side that you're on right now. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're going to be there long. They do, like, have you ever heard of, like, the movement there is now to start just referring to Latinos as white? They're doing that now. Like, Democrats want to refer to Latinos as white people and refer to them as white supremacists when they take conservative positions, because they've now made up this thing where they're like, well, they've grown up in a white supremacist culture, so they've developed white supremacist adjacent ideas, so we can call Latinos white people and say that they're white supremacists. It's the fucking limbo and the jump roping and the gymnastics that they have to do. The flippy dips and do's that they have to do to like keep their bullshit agenda alive is amazing. They're losing Ana Kasparian, who's been honestly, hold on, let me just respond to someone here real quick. There we go. Like Anna has been, I mean, we're talking Young Turks. We're not just talking kind of liberal. We're talking about Young Turks liberal, which is like, if there was a cheerleading squad for liberal politics, they've been the varsity team for a long time. So, I mean, for her to be turning like this, maybe, okay, so in like 2020, 2016, Jimmy Dore was the Young Turks guy who went based. Maybe maybe the idea here is that Anna Kasparian's going to be the new Jimmy Dore this year. MN Vikings with 199 says getting 2 teeth pulled at 9 this morning. Well, good luck with that, buddy. Listen to the show. Hopefully we do a good one today. We're moving along nicely, that's for sure. Coltrane with $1 says, I told you last night with a link that Anna was defending Trump against the Dems. That might be where I got it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you're smart and just do cocaine to manage your mental health to deal with the pressure. I did cocaine. I keep saying 4 times, but I can only count 3. But I'm still going to go with 4 because I might be missing one. And now it's just, that's fair though. You know, I was thinking about that when I was reading those DMs that Kalia leaked or whatever. And she was like, you did them once. That means you did them. That means you did drugs. Like, don't try to excuse it, whatever. And I was reading that as she was confronting him. And I was like, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. You know, if you did them, you did them. A lot of people find that shit, repugnant to do just one time. And if that's a public thing, they're allowed to have their judgments. That is like, that's one of those things that I don't get. Like, you talk about someone who can't handle the internet, who shouldn't be on the internet. You'd think if you get really famous online, you'd be able to handle the internet. But I mean, like, you just wouldn't have time to read people's horseshit. Because I'm small potatoes, and I don't have time for people's horseshit. Like, it's just not, it's not a priority in my life to go and read people's shit about me. I'll read people's shit about other people, but me, no thanks. I'm good. I know what they think, and it's fair and it's fine. But, like, to sit there and talk about your personal life and put it out there, and then people on the internet who watch you go, ooh, let me dig a little deeper into that. Oh, I found that you're doing this. You can't get mad at them for doing that. You opened the fucking door. There's a lot of people who don't have their personal shit dug into on the internet. You know what the reason is? They actively keep it away from the internet. I'll use a sector example. Sean from Potentially Criminal. Sean may talk to his lady off screen, and he may say something to her, and she may yell something or something like that. But he doesn't bring her on. He doesn't flaunt her in front of the camera, which I can say from experience is a big fucking mistake and a recipe to kill your relationship, especially if it's not their background. And people respect that. People don't dig into Sean's personal life because they go, the guy doesn't put his personal life out there like that. But if you put your personal life out there and you drop breadcrumbs for people, you cannot be upset when they show up at your cottage. If you sit there and leave breadcrumbs, bing, 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 and then you go into your house and someone knocks at the door, you can't get mad when they're picking up the last breadcrumb and you go, why are you at my door? You shouldn't be at my house. It's like, well, motherfucker, you kept dropping breadcrumbs to it. What do you want me to do? I mean, it is on you. I know it sounds unfair, but it's on you if people dig into your personal life because you're oversharing. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you only did cocaine 3 times. Are you gay? Well, see, now if I say 4, can I not be gay then? See, that's that peer pressure is what that is. Thank you guys very much. What is it, 265? Yeah, 265 is our number for today. Keep going. You guys are doing great. Let's get that knocked out. Let's go to MSO says, so no costume today. Papa Shop says, Aaron is slowly morphing into Kevin Brennan. Wow. People are talking about my personal life. Wow. If you leave breadcrumbs out there and people start talking about your life, they're allowed to do that. That's a fact, Jack. Somebody, too, says the circle jerk and the boy band and sleeping bag is what made you gay. See, now I think it was the priest molestation, but, like, look, agree to disagree, right? All right, let's get into this Corinne Jean-Pierre. You know, it's times like this that I actually, and I know this is not going to be a popular opinion, it's times like this that I actually feel bad for her and the people who have her job, because even though she is cunty and even though she is fucking infuriating at this gig, or infuriating, she does have to basically wipe the ass of an elderly man who shits himself constantly. And that's a hard job. Ask anyone who works in a nursing home. You know? Like, he sits there and he makes this big mess, and everyone else has to use like a package of wet wipes to clean it up. And he goes, hey, oh, no. And he's an old man. He's like Stan's grandpa in South Park. He's just sitting there, hey, Billy, Donald Trump supporters are all garbage. And that's just a giant all over the election. By the way, this is why you come to this show, to hear about the news and hear politics broken down. Because sure, you can listen to Tucker and he'll say some shit. You can listen to political talk show hosts and they'll say some shit. But where do you get a guy making diarrhea fart noises to explain modern day politics? I'm an everyman. So he makes this giant diarrhea shit, this blowout all over the landscape for the White House. And they have to rush to clean it up. I don't care how bad of a person someone is or how shitty you think they might be. Anytime you see an adult have to clean up a blowout, you feel a level of sympathy for them. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre trying to handle the Joe Biden just called half the American voters garbage.
I think less of Americans who support Trump than he does of those who do not. And two, why is he using that kind of rhetoric? How is that presidential?
So a couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage, which is...
Can we go back? Hold on a minute. Can we do something here? I want to get the garbage story. I want to get the Joe Biden garbage quote, and I want to juxtapose it with what she's saying, because she's saying Joe Biden did not call Trump supporters garbage. Let's play her thing, and then we'll play Biden's thing. Here we go.
This is why he wanted to make
less than he does of those who do not. And two, why is he using that kind of rhetoric? How is that presidential?
So a couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage.
Okay, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage. Joe, take it away.
Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
I mean, that to me sounds like he just called Trump supporters garbage. One more time, Karine Jean-Pierre.
Couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage.
All right, one more time. Let's go here.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Column A.
A couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage.
Okay, column B.
Honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
This puts me in a very strange position. Who am I to believe? Her or my lying eyes?
Which is why this is why he wanted to make sure that we put out a statement that clarified what he meant and what he was trying to say. And so just want to make that very clear for folks.
Right. We had to make Grandpa sit down and sign a statement we put out for him so that he could say that he didn't say what he said when he said the thing he said. That's not what he said. You're just hearing him wrong. Oh, okay.
Folks who are watching, and I just want to read that out to folks. So he was regarding to the comedian, and I quote, "I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. The comments at the rally don't reflect who we are as a nation." And to your question, your other question that you asked, no, he does not view Trump supporters or anybody who supports Trump as garbage.
Question. After he signed that piece of paper, did he have a bruise from the muzzle being pressed on his temple by Kamala's campaign people, or did they just hover it near his temple? Inquiring minds want to know. Boy, that's what I mean. Like, is that disingenuous, shitty spin? Yeah, but that's her job. That's what she has to do for a living. And in a weird way, I kind of have some sympathy for her. You want to hear Kamala respond to the garbage thing? Kamala, what do you think about Joe Biden saying that Trump supporters are garbage? Well, the thing about garbage is that garbage is dirty. And when garbage gets dirty, we take it out to the garbage. And when you take out the garbage gets taken out, and then the garbage is out of us. So garbage really is just a dirty business. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is a 6-second response that Kamala gave to Joe Biden calling Trump support. I bet you she gave a lot longer answer on the plane, which was, that motherfucking senile asshole fucking it up for me again. Will somebody muzzle him? Christ. I mean, I want to believe he's purposely handicapping her because he's pissed off that they fucking locked him out.
Spoken to him about his comments and his intentions? He did call me last night, but this didn't come up.
Oh, he called me last night, but this didn't come up. Well, he had just taken his Geritol. He forgot all about it.
Do you sympathise with any voters who do feel offended by or insulted by the garbage comments?
I am running for president of the United States. I will.
What? Oh, shit. That's coming up.
I am running for president of the United States. I will be traveling to 3 states today to do what I have been doing throughout, which is talking with the American people about the fact that, first of all, I get it in terms of the concerns they have about challenges like the price of groceries.
Like the price of roast? Did she say roast beef or groceries? I mean, that's a weird issue to have. It's like, look, I don't care about the price of eggs, the price of bacon, the price of milk. If you don't get the fucking price of roast beef down, I'm not voting for you or any of your sycophants. Do you understand me? The roast beef prices specifically. So, sir, your big issue is obviously the price of groceries. No, are you fucking listening to me? I will vote for Jill Stein because she has talked about bringing down the price of roast beef. I don't give a shit about chicken or fish. I'm on a carnivore diet.
First of all, I get it in terms of the concerns they have about challenges like the price of groceries.
Price of groceries, okay. I like the single issue roast beef voter, personally. That's my new favorite voter, is the guy who only cares about the price of roast beef. That's what I want to see this country. I want this to be the roast beef election. Don't make jokes about her pussy, guys. That's fucking terrible. How dare you? Biden. Do we have another clip of people asking her about it here?
Just his comment last night about garbage.
Listen, I think that, first of all, he clarified his comments, but let me be clear. I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for.
Biden.
Right. You just want to say that they're Nazi sympathizers. That's really weird. It's like, oh, I'm really upset that someone would judge someone just for their political point of view. Anyway, let's talk about this fucking dirty Nazi Hitler guy that all of you want to vote for. Fuck him, am I right? And anyone who looks like him. Oh, don't worry. Hey, guys, Tampon Timmy decided to chime in on the garbage controversy. Let's check it out.
Donald Trump has descended into madness over the last few weeks.
What?
And I think some of you don't miss on this. Go do your Google on this. Donald Trump.
Go do your Google on this. Guys, this is the guy who's young and hippening things up for the Democrats, Tim Walz. Go do your Google on this.
He's got this big rally going at Madison Square Garden. There's a direct parallel to a big rally that happened in the mid-1930s at Madison Square Garden. And don't.
What year were the Beatles? No. Was there a big band show? Was there swing dancing? Don't swing.
Think that
You'll end up in one of these. You'll end up in my Halloween costume, kids. Honor your lover.
He doesn't know for 1 second exactly what they're doing there.
So Tim Walz going with the Nazi rally thing. So if you were at that Madison Square Garden rally, you're a Nazi. Okay. All right. Vance with $2 says, speaking of roast beef, how is SP doing? Hey, that's my lady. You don't talk that way about my girl. And I will answer your question. Delicious. Guys, a little fucking decorum, please. Please. A little decorum. A little bit of decency, if you would, you fucking maniacs. All right, let's go to Kamala Harris here. Oh, and God damn, they were really grilling her about the garbage thing.
Whether we are going to be a nation of people who attempt to unify and break through this era of divisiveness, or are we going to be a nation of people who has the president suing in the Oval Office over his enemies list?
Probably, I mean, most likely the second one. Is she going with Trump has an enemies list? Wow. Wow. So Trump's like, Trump's Nixon. I mean, I hope she's half as good a president as Nixon was. That or he's half I hope he's half as good a president as Nixon was. That would be nice. Let's go to Coltrane. Says, I listened to Mr. Steel Toe for the comedy, at least the attempt. I switched to political talk radio at 10. They have better takes than the convict here. What do you mean? You get to hear political takes from a guy wearing a fucking prison jumpsuit and making diarrhea fart noises. Nobody does this show. Nobody, and I mean nobody. 265 away from today. Thank you for the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Super Chats, the Venmos. Actually, have we christened PayPal this morning? I know we did Venmo. Let's go ahead and rally up there. We like to be at $200 by 8 o'clock. Let's go ahead and see if we can rally up. Throw in a couple of dollars. Throw them our way. And let's knock this thing out. Also, we have... we have the caveat. If you guys knock this out before 9:50, we'll go till 11 today. We'll call that the Vance rule, if you will. So 265 is the number. Let's go ahead and get some very generous drop-ins today. Let's see if we can get to that 200 by 8 o'clock. We got 10 minutes to do it. If you think we deserve it, throw us a couple of bucks. So yeah, this is the final thing we have on the garbage thing. This is how Donald Trump decided to respond to Joe Biden calling his supporters garbage. Uh-oh. What happened?
In honor of Kamala and Joe. How do you like my garbage truck? This truck is in honor of Kamala and Joe Biden.
How did they do that so fast? How did they get a Trump 2024 garbage truck that quickly? See, it's the little things like this that are going to lead to him fucking crucifying her. Things like this are going to lead to Donald Trump fucking Kamala Harris up. They're just more organized. Dude, they're going on Barstool. They're going on Rogan. They're going on Aiden Ross. They're going on all these places where young voters are. They're meeting them where they are. Joe Biden says the garbage thing, and Trump is all over it. He's got a fucking garbage truck the next day. He's wearing the Dayglow vest like a garbage man would. Whereas Kamala Harris, like Tony Hinchcliffe, makes a joke and they have epileptic fits about it for 48 hours, but don't really do anything about it. Thank you, Cheeseburger Spy, for the $2, but you know I can't put that up on the screen or read it, so please. But thank you very much for the $2. Good joke. I appreciate it.
Puerto Rico an apology for what the comedian said? No, I love Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico loves me. I don't know anything about a comedian. I love Puerto Rico. Nobody's done more for Puerto Rico than me. I took care of...
That's one of my favorite Trump lines. Nobody's ever done anything as much as he has for anyone. In any of whenever there's a controversy, they're like, Donald Trump, what do you think about a trans model in Missouri had a bottle of urine thrown on her? What do you think? I think it's terrible. Nobody's done more for trans models soaked in urine than me. And obviously, that's a terrible thing to have happen. Donald, what do you think about that? What do you think about the McFlurry machines finally getting fixed? Well, that's great. I love a McFlurry. Nobody's done as much for McFlurries as I have. I've been a big McFlurry guy and a big McDonald's guy.
And then when they had the big hurricanes, and nobody gets along better with Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rican people than me. They love me and I love them. Go ahead, Mr. What do I want? What did you think about the comedian's show? I don't know anything about the comedian. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him. I heard he made a statement, but it was just a statement that he made. He's a comedian. What can I tell you? I know nothing about him. I don't know why he's there. You put comedians up, and I guess he went on earlier in the show. I don't know who he is.
Wow. Not a bad way to handle it. Yeah, that dude, I never thought I'd say this about Donald Trump because he's such a loose cannon, but like, he's just handling shit better than she is. He's just smoother. Like, the problem Trump had with Hillary, and that Hillary election was closer than it looks because she did win the popular vote. The problem he had with Hillary is a very disciplined politician. The problem he had with Biden was COVID, and they kept Biden in a basement so he couldn't be out there for Trump to attack. The issue with Kamala is she's out there all the time. She's talking a lot. She's got a senile fucking boss that she's got to kind of babysit. So Trump's campaign is just I think the people running this behind the scenes deserve a lot of credit because he's been doing very, very well. Here's him making fun of Beyonce for not singing at Kamala's rally, the king of the cheap shot. Old Dandy Don.
Beyonce, Beyonce.
That should be a drop. Beyonce, Beyonce.
Beyonce.
That's what I do when I jack off to her.
Beyonce, Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce.
This could be a song.
Beyonce, Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce.
Yeah, this is Donald Trump getting ready to freestyle.
Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce. They got Beyonce.
Why are we booing?
They said, ladies and gentlemen.
We don't have to boo Beyonce, do we? Shit. Charlie Daniels, folks. Woo! Fuck yeah! The South will rise again, motherfucker. I don't know how you get that in Wisconsin, but they love them.
They said Beyonce is coming to sing, and she came, but she didn't sing. And then Kamala came on as Beyonce was leaving without singing even one song, and they booed the hell out of both of them.
He is. Yeah, I don't know, man. Something crazy is going to have to happen in the next few days. Otherwise, I think he's winning this thing in a fucking walk. So he shows up in a garbage vest. He shows up in a garbage truck. He's hitting all the right notes. It's kind of like sports. Like in the playoffs, they say you got to get hot at the right time. He's getting hot at the right time, dude. Thank you very much to Michael with $15 over on Venmo. He says, thanks, Toe. Thank you, buddy. $15. That combined with Cheeseburger Spy, Vance, and MN Vikings and Coltrane gets us down to $245 for today. Keep her going, boys and girls. S-word jockey with $1 says, that's the cleanest high-vis vest I've ever seen. Well, you didn't think he was going to get dirty, did you? I mean, it's a photo op, for Christ's sake. The guy's not going to actually, I'm not going to touch that shit. Those bags break open. Garbage juice gets everywhere. It's disgusting. It's dirty. I don't want to go to the cleaners. 245 is the number for today. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's keep knocking it down. I'll go till 11 today if we knock it out. I'm happy to do a 5-hour show on Halloween in my beautiful Halloween costume. Let's go ahead and let's switch gears a little bit here. Somebody said that in the Andy Dick interview, that in the last 20 minutes he talks about Phil Hartman. That might be worth checking out.
The Ben Stiller.
They said it's super awkward. Gray Duckling with $2 says the polls this morning have changed. Really? Let's take a look. Maybe that New York rally thing, maybe it did something. Let's see. Latest polls. Wisconsin, Trump up 1. New Hampshire, Harris got a 5-point win. Presidential election, Harris up 1, up 1, up 2, up 1. Trump up 2, Trump up 3. Ooh, Pennsylvania, Trump up 3 and up 2. North Carolina, even, and Harris up 1. Nevada, Trump up 1. Now we're getting into yesterday's polls. Trump up in Michigan, Trump up in Georgia, Trump up in Arizona. And then a bunch of blue and red states that aren't really in the running for they aren't really swing states. All right, well, it's I mean, look, man, it's still close. Like on paper. But is anyone else kind of getting that vibe that it's not close? Like it doesn't feel like it's as close as the numbers say it does. King Kong Dong says landslide or 269 tie is the only thing I want. Dude, I want that tie so bad. Just for the entertainment factor. I want that 269 to 269. How do we get there again? There's actually a reasonable path to a tie. It's here, let's put our map up there. I think we have to give Kamala Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Oh, hold on. We can give her Michigan, Wisconsin, give Trump North Carolina. We need a 4-point swing. We need 4 points somewhere. Let's give Kamala Nevada. And all right, so we need a 2-point difference. 2-point difference. What can we... Trump takes Virginia. Kamala takes Wisconsin. Or Kamala takes Arizona. There we go. There. We can do it. 269. So Trump takes Virginia. Trump takes North Carolina. Kamala takes Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She also takes Arizona and Nevada. And there it is. 269. The only thing is I think Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. So let's give Kamala Virginia. Fuck. Let's give Trump Arizona. And let's... no, we're not. Look, it's going to be difficult, but we can get 269. That would be fun. Do you guys want to hear Andy Dick talk about Phil Hartman? Somebody wrote in and said the last 20 minutes are about Phil Hartman, and it's really awkward. Let's check it out.
I thought he liked smoking pot.
Oh, he loved this. This is I want them to know what's going on now. This is one of his rivals, dude. And this is why I want to fucking up him up.
He's fucked up. Okay, so remember we were watching the beginning of the interview earlier, and we were like, he sounds a little better. There's definitely booze or something in that drink, and he's fucking gone.
You understand what I'm saying?
Not totally. But Joe wasn't down.
Do you know what I'm saying? Not totally. What was this? Who's this about?
Mm-hmm.
And,
the following Monday?
Yeah, and I
mean, that was the craziest situation ever. Whatever happened?
Multiple.
Said you had a beef with John Lovitz.
Here we go.
Over the death of Phil Hartman. What was that about? And Rogan was on that show as well, right? Whatever happened?
Multiple. With Rogan, Kern River Valley.
So
both of them, they were on a raft.
Oh, Joe's gone too?
Lovitz and Joe.
Oh, Lovitz.
And Joe were on a rubber raft.
What was the beef with Lovitz?
On a raft in the Kern River
Do you remember the whole Phil Hartman situation?
Why do you keep... What the...
Wait, what the fuck do you want us to talk to you about? What have you been doing the last 25 years? What do you want us to talk to you about? How cool it's been being a junkie and not doing anything? Hey, being the motel manager and Road Trip, what was that like? What was it like working with Noah Wiley? No, was that Noah Wiley? Who the fuck was it? Breckin Meyer. What was it like working with Breckin Meyer, Andy? Nobody gives a shit. We want to hear about the hand you had in killing Phil Hartman, you little cocks. What I meant to say was man struggling with substance abuse and sexuality.
That was the craziest situation ever, right?
For everybody involved, except Phil and Bryn, because they're out of this world.
Right.
Oh, yeah. No, that wasn't a crazy situation for Bryn and Phil. No, not at all. God, this guy's a fucking waste of breath. Well, the weird situation, but not for Bryn and Phil. Because I'm pretty sure when he was looking down the barrel of the gun that Bryn had, I'm pretty sure Phil was probably a little scared shitless.
They should have put me in it, too.
She took him, and then she took herself, her own life.
Yeah,
but
she
what was the...
shot him in the head and then shot herself, yeah.
Were you...
And we were best friends, me and Phil.
Were you
really
currently...
You were best friends. That's why you gave his addict wife cocaine and booze. You piece of shit. We were best friends. I loved her. Did you? Phil and I were best friends. I really liked him. But, you know, I plied his wife with booze and coke, and then she fucking fell apart and melted down. Yeah, you're a good... I tell you what, Andy, with friends like you, who needs enemies, right, pal? Boy, you're just a good friend. You know, I hear Phil Hartman went to Andy once and said, "You're giving my wife too much fucking cocaine, and it's becoming a problem." And he went, "Well, you don't understand. Sometimes your stress level is here, and you have to get it." Oh, my God. I'm seeing a lot of similarities here, actually.
Filming news radio at that point?
Yeah.
Was it like, he was supposed to be at work on the following Monday?
Yeah, and I almost said he quit, but I guess he did.
You were best friends
What a fucking piece of shit. That's a good joke, Andy, about your dead best friend.
Phil Hartman, then?
Yeah.
I never met him, but he seemed like a really decent guy.
He was great.
Super talented, by the way.
So good.
Yeah. And you were best friends.
Yeah, you don't understand how close we were.
How close were you?
What a piece. God, I fucking hate this guy.
Like, think about this. I befriended Chris Farley when we both weren't doing that.
Boy, you're fucking batting 1,000 with the people you befriend. I'm starting to feel like there's a common denominator with a lot of these guys. Don't become friends with Andy Dick. Actually, you know what? Elisa Jordana, just keep being really good friends with Andy Dick. Hopefully, you know.
Well, in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's Second City.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, now you're maybe going to understand. You really do like to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, wow, he really likes to. Well, you're on a fucking podcast. Can somebody tell this retard that this is being broadcast? Can somebody let him know that we're live? We're live, pal. Boy, you really like to get to the bottom of shit. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. You want to talk about cooking, you fucking queeb?
Yeah, well, I've always been a huge fan of Phil Hartman, and that story was crazy.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of upset you killed him a little bit.
But where does John Lovitz come in?
In the final chapter that doesn't even, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
When is he?
Still feeling that smash in the head to the bar, huh?
In the fucking bar. Nah, cut that part out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at editors.
Right. So you and Phil were best friends. You're working on news radio.
Yeah, he was so fucking cool. He was the only one, you know, the only two people besides me that were smoking pot on this, which I just did, by the way, on the set.
Don't worry, Andy. Nobody can tell. Not for all the pills and the booze you're drinking, too. We couldn't really catch the weed high.
Of news radio, there was me and Candy Alexander, who went on to do CSI Miami.
Wasn't Joe smoking back then?
Nope. And he was getting down on it.
He was getting down?
Tridio says, for $2, Tridio says, Aaron, we're live. The host said to tell the retard. No, I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I forgot how many retards were on the screen. No, this retard. Not this retard. This retard.
Only for smoking? I thought he liked smoking pot.
Oh, he loved this. This is I want them to know what's going on now. This is one of his rivals, dude. And this is why I want to fucking up him up. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you know who's going to power Adam Carolla past Joe Rogan again? Andy Dick. That's going to be... hey, guys, you want to do a fun little test here? Who's upping who up? Last Friday, who did Joe Rogan have on his show? The guy. Donald Trump. Right. Who's Adam Carolla got upping him up? Let's see. Oh, perennial train wreck, Andy Dick. Yeah, it's going great.
Not totally. But Joe
I'm talking
wasn't
to them.
down
They
with
do.
Joe wasn't down with the weed back then?
Back then is the operative 2 words.
Mm-hmm. No, okay.
Yeah,
But Phil,
in fact, he was shitting on me in front of studio execs when we're at the NBC.
Wow, the fucking nerve of Joe Rogan to shit on you for being a fucking mess. You know what? You're right, Andy. This is all Joe Rogan's fault.
Table for the table read, and the execs were there. He'd be like, "He's high right now."
Really?
Who cares if I was?
But
Yeah, right, exactly. Leave Andy alone. He can control his intoxication levels.
Now he's a big fucking pot smoking. Can I say faggot on your show? Or
I mean, I guess now you can. Yeah, I mean, this guy should be in the dictionary next to the word disaster. I mean, this or 9/11. I'm not really sure which one. He's worse than January 6th.
you can cut that out.
You can say whatever you want. So
that's what I love about it.
All right, but but he didn't smoke pot back then, and you think he dropped a dime on you, is what I'm saying.
He tried to.
But Phil smoked pot.
But maybe he did a good job because now he's worth $300 million or something. What's going? You guys
like
have a
Joe.
beef.
Oh, yeah. See, this is the thing. Like, you see, in Andy's mind, Joe Rogan is only worth that much money because he leapfrogged over the great and talented Andy Dick. And Andy Dick would apparently have the big podcast right now if Joe Rogan wasn't such an asshole. That makes total sense.
Oh, I don't have any beef with Joe.
I like him too, but only because
you just called him the F word. I guess we'll call
Yeah,
it.
I don't have a problem with Joe Rogan. Jesus.
Yeah, maybe
Am I
that was
allowed
it. All right, but anyway.
Fucker, motherfucker.
Okay, all right, you just call him a fucker. But
I'm just asking what you think I said because I think he misheard me. Are these working? What's
all right, leave the headphones on.
Well, I don't think they're working.
All right, so you're friends with Phil, smoke pot with Phil.
He's guzzling. Whatever that is, he is fucking guzzling it.
What? And
Lovitz, something was up with Lovitz.
Lovitz wasn't around. Lovitz took over Phil Hartman's. When Lovitz died.
Mm-hmm.
When Lovitz
died.
Yeah.
Hartman died.
I wish Lovitz died.
You don't like...
Jesus. You know what? There are very few things that you can bet sure money on. One of them is the sun will come up tomorrow. And the other one is there will be no Andy Dick redemption arc.
Like Lovitz. Why not?
He said I killed Phil Hartman.
No, he didn't. He said that Phil would still be here if you hadn't given Bryn coke, which is not incorrect.
Oh, he blames you.
Yeah.
Why does he blame you?
Can you get to the bottom of it, Sherlock?
Well, because
this is how you know a junkie will never recover, because they cannot admit fault. That's how you know that an addict will never get better, whether it's a dry drunk, whether it's an active drunk or whatever. They will never get better because they cannot look inside themselves and go, oh, here's why people think a certain way about me. You know, I got my fair share of haters, right? But I can tell you exactly why they don't like me. And fair enough. Totally fine. Totally okay. Certainly, Lord knows, I have given people more than enough reason to think I'm the most despicable human being on earth. I'm a total piece of shit. I have given them that opening to feel that way. But you go to Andy Dick and you go, hey, why does John Lovitz find you partially responsible for Phil Hartman's death? I don't have any idea. Apparently the guy thinks I'm some big mess who enables other people's addictions.
Because you were getting him high or getting him pills or something?
No. I'm not a fucking CVS pharmacy. I'm not a drug.
You kind of are, though. Like, you kind of, except without, the helpful ones.
Drugstore. I don't.
Oh, he says you got his wife back on drugs.
But that's not true either.
Why would he say that?
Yeah, I mean, who are we going to trust? The guy who's constantly blottoed out of his skull, or the guy that nobody has a bad word to say about at all?
Because I did drugs with her. I did do drugs with her because she gave me.
I didn't get her back. I wasn't responsible for her being back on drugs. I did drugs with her.
Me.
Oh,
do you have any drugs? That's why I keep asking.
No, I don't have any on me.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
This is so uncomfortable.
So, what's her name? Bryn?
Mm-hmm.
So, you did drugs with Bryn.
I love how some people don't know what the fuck on.
You did drugs with her.
Well, because, no.
You just said you did, fuckhead.
Drugs. She, gave them to me.
What drugs?
I don't. Cocaine, probably back in that day. Because now we're talking about 1959.
So Lovitz thinks you got her back on drugs, and then the drugs is what caused her to kill
even
Phil.
Dumber and worse than that. He was just trying to up his game. Where is he? Did he die on the Kern River?
Oh, yeah, you know what? Andy, I think when you compare you and John Lovitz, you're fucking crushing him, dude. Yeah, you definitely got a leg up on Lovitz. Fuck that guy.
River Valley?
He was whitewater rafting.
God damn it! I tell them not to do that!
He was with Marshall, Will, and Holly. They were on a routine expedition.
They don't.
Adam Carolla is just staring at Andy Dick now like you stare at a circus animal that's eating its own shit. That's the look Adam Carolla has on his face right now. And why is he turning Asian?
It's called Land of the Lost.
These kids are too young.
Put that on. Hey, kid. Ham over here. Can you put on Land of the Lost?
They're too young, these kids.
No, but they have to. They're young enough that they can get it up online. Land of the Lost. Get the opening credit music for Land of the Lost, and we'll buy it.
There's something about I wish there was a spring-loaded contraption that Adam Carolla had in his studio, hydraulic powered, that did a 90-degree turn really quickly, like you turn your hips when you're swinging a baseball bat. And at the end of that hydraulic machine was a spade shovel. And as Andy Dick talks, the more he goes, the hydraulic thing with the spade shovel at the end of it just does a 90-degree turn, wham, right into his stupid fucking mouth.
I found, I do Funny You Should Ask with the Byron Allen show with John Lovitz on occasion. He seems nice.
Can we wait for you to upset me after we hear Land of the Lost?
That'll put you back in a better mood. Will you sing with the theme?
Yeah, because I remember it. You don't. You're too young.
Are they done?
Yeah, what do I know? I just brought it up.
I think that's the end of the Lovitz Hartman shit. Now they go to Land of the Lost. What a fucking waste. What a fucking waste of space. Sandikin, becoming a member for 28 months, says, I could be talking out of my ass. I love those takes. I do that all the time. It's actually paid me a living the last 10 years. 17 years. No. Holy shit. I think in December, it's 18 years in broadcasting. Sandikin says, I could be talking out of my ass, but I have a feeling Minnesota may surprise us next Tuesday. I don't know. I've got a feeling. I disagree. I don't think so. I don't think Minnesota's going to surprise you. I think it'll stay blue. I don't see us going Trump. Eagle of America with $1 says, I believe they will start a war to help Kamala. Well, they better fucking get that war going soon because, what are you waiting for? Zenman Builds with another $1 says, Andy is drinking some of Johnny's Gorilla Juice mixed with gin, of course. Oh, my God, he's drinking freshly Johnny Squo's Gorilla Jizz with gin. I wonder how that I wonder how Gorilla Jizz mixes with gin. Anyway, we're running a little bit behind today goal-wise. I do want to do 5 hours for you guys today in my lovely Halloween costume here. So if you want to throw us a couple of bucks, the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do this, baby. 2:45 away from today. Let's go. Chips and Diff says war with Iran is looming. It's not here yet. But yeah, I mean, if you start a war, there's that, what do they call it? The rally around the flag effect when that war first starts. I mean, I don't think they'll go that hard. I don't. I think this is looking like a Trump win. Well, I'm sorry. I should say it was looking like a Trump win. But then Jimmy Kimmel got involved. And guys, I'm telling you right now, this Jimmy Kimmel, I think he's going to turn this election. Apparently Kimmel went on his show and did like a 20-minute fucking bit begging people not to vote for Trump. I want to see if we can find smaller clips of it rather than this full 16-minute. Here we go. Here's a 58-second clip of it. This will be a good one to start with. This is Jimmy Kimmel. Now remember, when we talk about late night television, we're talking about Johnny Carson, David Letterman, Jay Leno, Conan O'Brien, Craig Ferguson. Like people who would come on late at night after you had watched the news and all of this shit and it got you all wound up. And these guys came on and they'd bring the guy from Rupert's Deli in, or they'd do headlines, or have Bud Melman on, or do Floyd R. Turbo or Karnak and shit like that. And then you'd laugh a little, you'd relax, and you'd fall asleep. Now these fucking late night guys give you more agita than the news does. Because these guys are throwing little bitch fits every night. You know, Colbert's probably the worst of them. But Seth Meyers is bad. Kimmel's bad. Fallon's kind of neutral. Jimmy Fallon doesn't like to get involved in all of that shit. And like Gutfeld, even though he's political, at least he makes it funny and he's being stupid. Like these guys will go on there and they'll make impassioned pleas to their audience to vote for somebody else because nothing says winding down at the end of the day quite like dividing Americans on who they should vote for.
Give him a call. Wrestle that mop bucket out of his hands. I don't know if you guys know about this, but we have an election coming up on... I feel pretty relaxed about it. I've really been enjoying the week. It's in times like these, it's important to remember that cannabis is legal in our state.
Yeah, right? When things don't go our way, let's cope with drugs. That's the... We really, like, you know I'm not a religious guy, right? But I really do think, like, I'm one of these non-religious guys who, like, one of my heroes historically is Napoleon. And Napoleon always thought there was a use for religion. He wasn't a religious guy, but there was a use for it, you know? I think it's a good tool to give people something to be hopeful for, you know? And I think the more this is going to sound weird to hear from me because I'm not a religious guy, but like, I think the further our country gets away from Jesus Christ as a role model, the worse our culture becomes. Like, because you look at what we've replaced Christ with in America, and we've replaced it with weed, bro, right? Weed's fun. Drugs are good, right? People who do drugs are fucking cool. Meanwhile, you look at when we had a little more Christ in our lives, men and women were wearing suits and dresses out on the weekends. You know, like even guys who were plumbers, they'd go out to dinner on a Friday or Saturday night and they'd have a suit and a jacket on, and their wives would wear a nice dress. You know, even if it was, not like the fanciest dresses, still they look nice. And, guys they'd have a hat on, they'd have a nice hat on, nice shoes. Before they sit down when they come inside, they take the hat off, they take the jacket off, they hand it to somebody. And we're talking like working class people here dressing this way. It was called your Sunday best. You dress in your Sunday best. Everybody looked nice. There aren't 300-pound women wearing fucking yoga pants where their pussy crack and ass crack are eating their fucking pants, at the grocery store. You know, while they sit there with 4 kids that, you know, the dad ran out on and they're paying with their fucking EBT card. It would be really nice if we had a little. I feel like Christ needs to tard wrangle this country. And again, I'm a degenerate. I'm a piece of shit. You know, I do my best. I try to do my best. I try not to do wrong. I try to do the right thing. I fuck up a lot. But this country would be better off, I think, if we had a little more Jesus in it. Because we haven't found a better idea. Look, man, I'm all for getting away from religion. I'm all for not being preached at and shit like that. I really am. But it's like firing a coach in a sport. You got to have something better to replace it. And right now, we've replaced Christ with emptiness. We've replaced it with degeneracy and being proud of degeneracy and being happy with degeneracy. And it leaves everybody fucking miserable. Everybody's on fucking Zoloft. Everybody can go get a fucking prescription and just, you know, hey, man, I'm feeling things. I don't like feeling things. Well, maybe some of that feeling, shame and guilt and all of these things are because of your actions. Nope. Don't go to church. Take a pill. You know, don't go talk to a spiritual advisor. Take a drug. Here you go. Just pop that pill. Oh, good. I'm numb now. The numbness is good. Now I can keep doing the things that are rotting me from the inside and killing me. Why should I deal with these things when somebody in the pharmaceutical industry will just give me a pill? I'm sorry I got that from Jimmy Kimmel going, cannabis is legal in America. Am I right? But like, that's a symptom of the problem. You can't fucking handle politics. So instead of maybe not being a political person and going, I let other people vote. I don't really bother with it. I don't worry about it because I just get stressed and it fucks me up. It's like, here, take a pill, smoke a joint, hit a vape, drink more. What the fuck are we doing? It's like, it really, like, we're teetering on a razor's edge culturally, and we might be past the point of no return already. I've told this story before. Like a year ago, I was driving over a bridge here in St. Cloud across the one of the Mississippi River bridges here. And there were people on a corner, and they were holding signs, and their signs were just about Jesus. That was it. And all the women were dressed really nice. They had either dresses or really sharp clothing on. The guys all were in slacks and dress shirts or full-on suits and the whole deal. And I looked at it and I went, if we were all doing that, and I'm not talking about holding the Jesus signs, but if we all looked like that and most of us did that and everything else, and we were passionate about something, God, I think we'd be in a better place. You know? Cody with $5 says, behind in chat, but here's my prediction for the election. Trump wins voting day, but Kamala wins overall by recounts. You know, hard to tell the guy he's wrong. You know, fucking anything can happen with this shit. Thank you for the $5, Cody. I appreciate that. Von Kaiser with $5. I still don't have your Jimmy Shaker Day drop, buddy. I'm sorry. But thank you very much for the 5. So that puts us at 235 for today. Keep it going, guys. Let's keep those super chats, Rumble rants, and Venmos and PayPals and all that shit going in. I'm going to do 5 hours today if we knock out today's goal. I will. I'll do 5 hours. Let's continue on with Jimmy Kimmel here. Wrong clip. There we go.
If you can vote early. If you can't vote early, vote on time. If you want to vote for Trump, vote late, vote very late. Do your voting on Thursday or maybe Friday. This will be my 3rd time voting against Donald Trump. 5th if you count the 2 times he was nominated for an Emmy for a reality show host.
So, like, to me, this is not what late night television is supposed to be. And maybe I'm just an old guy. Maybe I'm just getting old. I'm 37, almost 38. Maybe I'm just getting old. But like, this is also the shit that's kind of poisoning our culture. Is the institutions we used to go for distraction and humor and comedy and to relieve stress have now brought us to instead this point where those institutions are now giving us anxiety. Those institutions are now the thing that used to give us a break from that tense feeling in our shoulders, in our neck, in our gut, are now enhancing that sensation. And that's fucking terrible for us.
According to a new poll from CNN, only 30% of American voters think if he loses, Trump will concede. Which what would give them that idea? Of course Trump won't concede if he loses this election. He still hasn't conceded the last election. And already he's claiming Pennsylvania is cheap.
Pennsylvania is... Have you been reading the stories about the voting machines in Pennsylvania? God, these lazy fucks. We got, Jimmy Kimmel sat down with Joe Scarborough. That had to be a fucking cope and a half session, right? All these guys, man, just fucking terrible. Yeah, remember, it's going to be really bad if Trump becomes president. This isn't good. Oh, by the way, people are saying that Jimmy Kimmel was committing election interference on live television. I think if you're on TV, you're allowed to tell people who you're voting for, right? You're allowed to tell other people who you're voting for also and encourage them to vote for somebody else. I don't know. I'm not going to get that worked up about it. But yeah, as I sit here screaming and yelling about fucking Jesus Christ, I'm sitting here like, wait, this country... It's so weird because I forget that I'm wearing a prisoner outfit for Halloween. I'm sitting here, Jesus Christ needs to make a comeback in the lives of Americans. And I'm saying, I look like I'm headed to the fucking chow line and then to get molested in the yard. I don't know. Fuck you, dude, says Aaron on that bridge. That was a cult. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. Cute cult. Right? Were they a cult? They seem like nice people, if you ask me. 2:30 away from today. Thank you very much. 2:30. Nana's Clam says late night is dying and you're following them right over the cliff. It's supposed to be fun and somewhat escapism. That's true. Guy Sartell says you're going to feel silly wearing that 2 years in a row. It's a good one. I agree with Roots. Yeah, First Amendment, but historically, people kept that shit to themselves. Comedians and late night hosts typically made fun of all comedians. Yeah, I mean, well, even Jon Stewart's still around, kind of sticking it to everyone. Like he defended Tony Hinchcliffe on the joke thing, which I will tell Jon Stewart that's a losing proposition because either your Democratic fans are going to be fucking pissed at you or the legion of people who hate Tony Hinchcliffe are going to be mad at you. Like, nobody's going to be cool with it. They're going to be like, fuck you, John. They're either going to say, fuck you, John. You gotta help support, you've got to help support Kamala Harris and get her elected. Then the other half are going to go, fuck you, John. Tony Hinchcliffe is an asshole. But nobody who's on Trump's side is going to give a shit. They've kind of moved on from it. We have a Diddy lawsuit update on today's show. This is where things are moving on in the Diddyverse, if you will, and it's getting very interesting. The stakes are getting higher around because there's two things we have to look out for. Well, more than two things. Flying bottles of lube, for one. But we have to think about Diddy's potential criminal case that's coming up, and now the more immediate thing, Diddy is awash in civil cases. I mean, he is being sued by and the allegations are wild. Underage boys, underage girls, very famous celebrities. I mean, some names being dropped, and I'm sure other names are going to come up. Like didn't someone like name Beyonce as one of the people at the Diddy parties? And then, I mean, the allegations of like underage people being made to, let's just say, perform. Like, it's getting, Diddy better start giving up some names of really powerful people that the government's going to want, or he's drowning, man. It's not looking good for Diddy. But now a judge is saying that one of his accusers has to reveal their name or they're going to throw out their lawsuit. Now, I'm kind of I'm of two minds. I can see both arguments on this. On one hand, when you're dealing with a billionaire like Diddy, sometimes people having anonymity is the only thing that gives them the confidence to come forward and face the person that allegedly did something to them. However, when you do it civilly instead of criminally, some people think that you're doing it for money, and that's always a sticky wicket to try to navigate. But on the other hand, I mean, you should have a right to face your accuser. So to be able to sue someone, even though Diddy might be a piece of shit and he might be a fucking monster, we got rules. And I do think you should have to put your name on a lawsuit if you're going to try and get shitloads of money out of someone. Because then let's say you file the lawsuit and let's say there's not enough evidence to support your claim and maybe this person didn't do what you're accusing them of. Now you can do it anonymously and just move on with your life. So while this is probably very difficult because Diddy probably did what he's accused of, I also understand that it's probably the way to go. Diddy's facing a mountain of lawsuits from anonymous accusers, but now at least one of them has to reveal their name or take an L in court. According to new legal documents obtained by TMZ, a judge in New York just ruled a woman suing Diddy for an alleged essay she claims happened 20 years ago must reveal her identity or have her suit dismissed. Is this the... Yeah, this is a little TMZ clip.
This is the type of indictment you would expect from someone in the mafia.
I don't know that I could keep him
This is
off
a
the
little
stand. He is
commercial.
very eager.
Series of lawsuits that have just been filed against Diddy, 7 of them to be exact. Several involve minors, but the new thing is that now other celebrities have been named in these lawsuits, named in connection with these freak-offs.
Right, that they are alleged involvement of other celebrities. A total of 5 lawsuits filed in federal court and 2 in New York State. And one of them does mention 2 celebrities that were involved in, according to this lawsuit, a rape, a drugging of a young woman.
Well, you see, the parties were fantastic. Diddy had all the lube and... Actually, you know what? This is the first time... It's probably one of the few times I'm ever going to say this. That's not fair to Cosby. I know, right? But Cosby he was all about the of-age women. Like, Cosby was a monster for a different reason.
Who says that she was 13 at the time, but that there were, not only was she in this suit, she alleges, raped by Diddy, but while 2 celebrities were at first watching Diddy.
Do we know of Patrick Melton's whereabouts? No, I'm not asking for any reason. This was just completely, I was distracted. Side note, I'm sorry. Actually, you know what, 13? I don't know. That might be a little,
Diddy commit that rape, and then one of the celebrities actually raped her as well.
Now, what is interesting about this case is that they are not naming the celebrities. They are listed as
Celebrity 1,
Celebrity 1 and Celebrity 2. There is a reason behind that, and it's something we're actually doing a 3rd Diddy documentary.
Jesus. Harvey Levine is fucking shameless, or Harvey Levin, whatever it is. And don't go into the chat and talk about why he's shameless. But he is fucking shameless, man. Like 3 Diddy documentaries already. This happened like 2 days ago. And we've already got 3 Diddy documentaries in the can ready to go. I mean, the reason they can't name the celebrities in these lawsuits is because you open yourself up to a countersuit at that point. If you lose, or if you can't, if you don't provide any proof that this person did that. But there's going to be a lot of celebrity names named. Somebody's going to do it. Either somebody to get a lot of money in a lawsuit, or Diddy to save his own ass is going to start naming names. And I'm not talking about like athletes or actors or musicians. They're going to want like heads of industry. They're going to want like leaders of record companies and movie studios and, the real movers and shakers in the world. Those are the names they're going to want.
And we're really diving deep into this issue, which is that there's been a lot of activity where lawyers for alleged victims have contacted celebrities who have been at these freak-offs over the years, because we're talking 20 years. And they are contacting them saying that either you were there, you watched, you participated, And there are settlements that we're told are going down right now where celebrities, whether they feel they did anything right or wrong, they just don't want their names connected with them.
Oh, so wow. So this lawyer is, I'm not going to call him a shakedown artist because it's not illegal what he's doing, but that's kind of a sneaky move, right? Like you put unnamed celebrities in the lawsuit and then, wow, that's really smart actually. I mean, devious as all fuck, but really smart. So basically, well, this also makes it look like a money grab though versus trying to get justice for a victim. So that's kind of weird. So you don't name two celebrities, but you call them and you go, I can put your name on this or I can put your name on this. How much is it worth to you? I mean, that kind of seems like it's blurring the edges of what's appropriate, doesn't it? I mean, in my opinion, like, either fucking name them or don't.
And they're settling these already. So this has become a big thing in a swirl in the middle of all of these lawsuits.
Yeah, you know, we've been thinking about this for a long time, ever since we found out that that the feds had seized all of the videotapes that had allegedly been taken within Diddy's homes during the freak-offs, and the possible threat that was to other people who were there, whether or not they were doing anything illegal or not. This is another sort of pillar of that offense against potential celebrities who were involved in these activities, again, whether legal or illegal.
I mean, honest to God, like if you're named in one of these lawsuits and you get a call from that lawyer, you've just got your checkbook open, right? You're just sitting there. All you're asking is how much, and do you want me to just leave it blank and you fill it in? Because you don't, I mean, especially if your career's still going. Like, let's throw a random name out there. Let's say Jay-Z was at a Diddy party. And there's like maybe him on video or there's allegations of him on video. He's just going to open up that checkbook and say, how much do you need? I can't afford for this to get out. I have a career. It'll fucking die.
Now they're being named, although currently kept anonymous, but it's eventually would have to come out if the lawsuits proceed. There's a great threat that these celebrities are going to be named. And, you know, they know who they are if they were involved. Yeah. I'm sure it's terrifying.
Well, Dave Chasen, we should also say that there's a strategy with the lawyers representing these alleged victims, that there's a reason they didn't name these celebrities.
Right, so you can call them and you can be like, how much is it worth to you for me not to name you? It's valuable. It's a smart move. It makes you look a little like you're playing a game a little bit, but it's a smart move if you're trying to get as much money for your client as possible.
Could have easily just named them, right?
Yeah, once the names are out there, the settlement value goes way down because the allegations are what they fear. So as long as the names are kept quiet for now, the settlement value is much higher.
Yeah, and now there's a wrinkle in this where a judge in New York just ruled a woman suing Diddy for the essay must reveal her identity or have the suit dismissed. So she may not have to come forward with the other people that she's naming, but she has to come forward with her name. Otherwise, the judge says the lawsuit can't proceed. And I understand that. That makes sense. Let's go to BYB. He says, people are sending me pictures of you at a McDonald's drive-thru. I mean, what is it, Tuesday? No, I haven't been to a McDonald's drive-thru in some time. I've been away. Don't you know by my costume? By the way, that pizza that my boy Cheese sent Matt and I, we shared it like a couple. It was actually very good. I might actually get that one again sometime. Oh, by the way, speaking of BYB podcast, oh my God, they must have been really not happy about me picking on them a little over Jesse raking them over the coals, because I saw somebody sent me something like, these guys are obsessed. I mean, you got to start doing a good show before you start getting me to watch. Like, you had Jesse PS on and he was ripping you apart, and that was really funny. But like the rest of it is just kind of like Daddy Notice Me, Daddy Aaron Notice Me, and like you gotta do something better than that. Cheese. Oh, BYB. Oh my God. Have I broken the Quadfather? He's writing about people graping. Oh my God. I think I've broken him. I think the Quadfather is broken. Look at that. He's implicating Cheese in a crime. Jesus. Quad, I'm not saying you're bad at this, buddy. I'm just saying your trolling is about as good as your show. Oh, Sam Show with a good point says God already broke him. No, it wasn't God that broke Quad. It was the shallow end. God had nothing to do with it. God does not know the Quad Father. Promise you. Where does that put us for today? There we go. 2:30 away. Yeah, people are saying fucking weirdo. I have that effect on people, dude. I can't help it. Like these, especially the tinier shows. Like they just, I don't know if they think it's unfair. I don't know that I have a show that does well. I think, by the way, peaking out at 9:40 today. Thank you very much. Go ahead and contribute, like, subscribe, the whole deal. But like, I do deserve a better class of like a troll kind of guy. Like that show is unwatchable. But I'll plug it for you. Go listen to the BYB podcast as long as you can. It's fucking bad. It's I think Jesse PS definitely nailed it on those guys. People writing in the chat, BYB is unwatchable. Yeah. It does upset the old Quad to hear that. He'll do 3 or 4 episodes on you in a row, and they're all bad. Like Jesse owned Quad by streaming their before the show meeting, and Quad lied to him about cheese, and you could tell Jesse was like, "Oh, okay, so this is what you guys do." Ugh. And you could tell Jesse just kind of felt dirty for being there. I DM'd Jesse afterwards. I was like, "How bad was that?" And he's like, "I'll come on and tell you sometime." But I don't know if they're really worth it. I just like kind of smacking them around a little bit and then sending them back to do their show. Good luck to you, buddy. I hope you do well. You guys got a lot of sharpening up to do. If you ever want me to like hold a symposium for you, I will. Free of charge. Actually, you know what? Maybe not free of charge. We're missing today's goal by quite a bit. 2:30 away from today. Thank you. By the way, Quad, no hard feelings. Just busting your balls. Thank you for the cash. Mr. Me gifting a membership. Thank you, Mr. Me. 2:25 away from this morning. Thank you very much. By the way, I make Quad's day when I do that. He runs back and he's like, look, Aaron talked about me. Anytime, pal. Anytime. 2:25 away from today. There's all the links in both of the chats. Go ahead, keep chipping in. We appreciate it. All right, we can stop now because everyone's just shitting all over Quad and BYB. They don't deserve that. They're trying their best. They're doing what they can. All right, we got a few more Kamala clips today. Oh, there's no fucking way. There's no way. Is Kamala... Okay, I need your guys' ruling on this. Is Kamala purposely leaning into the meme of the I came from a, not small town, I came from a middle-class family? Is she leaning into it and like doing it as a bit? Or can she not help herself? By the way, quick update. Holy shit, this is depressing. What do they call this in meteorology? A wintry mix is coming down in Minnesota right now. That's right. It was 76 degrees on Tuesday. On Thursday, we have snow and sleet here in Minnesota. Winter is certainly upon us. Winter is coming all over my backyard. Wait, hold on. No, what I meant to say was winter. Let me rewind that. A reporter in Michigan. Now you have to remember, these people are on Kamala's side. And to me, this is the greatest thing about this election so far. All of these people have been working their ass off to pump up Kamala Harris. And no matter what, she just cannot help herself. Like, she refuses the help and is just an idiot. Like, these people in Michigan, this reporter in Michigan was interviewing her, and she's just like, People are really worried about groceries. People are really worried about the price of food. Would you like to say anything to encourage them? Like, instead of being a human being and coming up with the answer, she gave the fucking meme answer, and it was great.
What's your message to Michigan voters in terms of the economy? We have auto workers who are being laid off and those who fear that they might be laid off. The average person can't afford groceries or their rent. And recent polls in Michigan show that Michigan voters believe that Donald Trump would do a better job with handling the economy and bringing jobs back. What do you say to that?
Guys, what do you think she's going to say? I want to see if anybody in the Rumble chat gets it. What's she going to say first? What is she going to say in response to people think that Donald Trump is going to be better for the economy? Why do you say you're better for the economy? No, Von Kaiser, she's not going to say, I'm concerned about the price of roast beef. Yep, okay, you guys are getting it. Yep, Dive Bar, West Coast Patriot Girl, Zen Man, Landers. It's the fucking Simpsons meme. Say it. Say the thing. Say the line. Say the line. I grew up in a middle-class family. Ah! She's not human. That's why she's not going to win. She's Politobot 5000. You know who she is? She's the liberal answer to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, to me, always seemed like he was made in a lab to run for office. Or like Beto O'Rourke is that way too. Kamala Harris has no interpersonal interaction. First, before we play the line, I can't wait. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, please hire Quad to replace Aaron and give Aaron Matt's job. Oh, yeah, but then Steel Toe would rot and die because nobody would listen to it. Quad's got a track record of killing shows and potentially co-hosts. Matthew Q with $2 says, roughly 90 minutes worth of you, Hubbard County, Minnesota. It's snowing. Oh, roughly 90 minutes north of you, Hubbard County. It's snowing. I thought it said where. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $2, Matthew Q. I appreciate that. 225 is our number for today. Let's rally the fuck out of that. And let's get that 225 knocked out and call it another win for the toe. And we'll do 5 hours today, boys and girls. All right, here we go. The question about the economy and Kamala's answer.
In terms of the economy, we have auto workers who are being laid off and those who fear that they might be laid off. The average person can't afford groceries or their rent. And recent polls in Michigan show that Michigan voters believe that Donald Trump would do a better job with handling the economy and bringing jobs back. What do you say to that?
Well, let's start with this. I come from the middle class, and I'll never forget where I come from.
Yes! Dude, whether it's the economy, the price of groceries, abortion, going to war with Iran, everything. God damn, man, she is. Has nobody told her this isn't working? I don't even know. Look, man, I'd love to blame Kamala for all this shit. But who the fuck is running this show? Because if she's staying on script and she's doing everything that they're telling her to do, I have a feeling if we look behind the curtain at who's running her campaign, we're just going to see the same manatees that were in the South Park Family Guy episode. And they just keep pushing the came from a middle-class family ball to the middle of the aquarium. Go back.
That Donald Trump would do a better job with handling the economy and bringing jobs back. What do you say to that?
Well, let's start with this. I come from the middle class, and I'll never forget where I come from. My mother worked very hard. She, by the time I was a teenager, was able to save up for our first home. And I understand.
I love that Not the Bee doesn't even clip her whole answer. They're just like, or no, this is Twitter. I love that Twitter doesn't even clip her whole answer. There's just like, hey, people think that you suck and Donald Trump is way better than you. Look, I come from a middle-class family. Jesus. Oh, we're getting reports in from all of Minnesota. Riles says Labglass says it's been snowing since 6:30 in Renville County. Das Optic Nerve says there's no way she's consciously doing that. What is it then? What is the phenomenon? Is it an autistic Tourette's tic? What is she doing? As dumb as Trump sounds sometimes, this bitch is a joke, says Bird Collector. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, Trump would have probably beaten Biden by more just because Biden can barely function, but she's growth by inches when it comes to this shit. She's not exactly that much better. Somebody calling her, what did they call her? Kamala Cougar Mellencamp says eating clams. I was born in a small town. How is that not her intro music for everything? Coltrane says, yeah, middle class family. Papa Shop says she can only remember so many words and phrases at a time. Chevy Fan says it's raining and Somalian here in St. Louis Park. Wow, raining and Somalian. I didn't know that those were both weather characteristics. I had no idea. Guys, go ahead and chip in. We're at 225. We're far away from today's goal, and we're coming into the last hour of the program. So if you feel like putting something in my commissary fund, if you feel like putting something in my Halloween basket, I would appreciate it. The Streamlabs PayPal and Venmo links are in the chat. Thank you very much. Continue to load us up. And like I said, we will do 5 hours today. If we knock out today's goal. People just keep sending me fucking weather updates. Thank you. All right, I get it. It's snowing where you are. I shouldn't have said anything. I've got the window partially open, or I've got the blinds partially open down here today. So I was looking outside and I saw that it was snowing. I thought I'd share that with you. I didn't know it was going to turn into a thing because now the show text line, I'm getting Facebook notifications. Hey, man, just thought you should know it's snowing here. One guy sent me a picture of Litchfield where my old radio station is. Hey, man, here's the snow. I got it. I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. What does Frankie say? Yeah, did Frankie McDonald give us a snow update? Hey, does Frankie still do Gino's show? I hope that Frankie's still doing that. I get a kick out of Frankie McDonald. Frankie hasn't sent me a DM in a while. He used to send me videos pumping up steel toe. Lost Teos says other people in jail will get commissary donations to beat you, Aaron. Well, then give me a fighting chance to defend myself a little bit. Somebody, too, says the snow's been falling for a while in the Regatta House. Jesus. Good Lord, man. Have you no decency, sir? All right, let's go from Kamala Harris and Jimmy Kimmel bitching about Trump. Let's talk about some Republicans bitching about Trump, shall we? And by the way, you might say, Aaron, there's a lot of election shit. There's a lot. It's all there is, man. I'm telling you. There's just it's just a bunch of election shit over and over. You go on like news sites and stuff like that to look for stuff to talk about. Even when I go to like TMZ and shit, it's just Trump. I think we got Thursday's show, Friday's show, Monday and Tuesday's show. We got 4 more shows where their news is just going to put everything on the back burner other than Trump-Harris shit. Oh, God. Aaron, snowing at the skate park behind customer Costco. Kids got snow on their nose. I know how much you enjoy that. Now, comma, that is a goddamn low blow. Yeah, there's a picture of Litchfield someone sent in. This field correspondence from Silver Wolf. He says, live from the field in Cold Spring, Minnesota. Weather is currently snowy with a temperature of 34. Thank you. It's just things that become a bit on this program. Let's see what Mikey Two Milks has for us.
Snowing here too, fag. But don't worry, if you can't get home because of the weather, Johnny's got a futon you can sleep on.
Thank you, Mikey. I honestly, dude, I thought Johnny was joking when he was like telling people he was fucking sick of the futon jokes. I was like, how can you be sick of the futon jokes? That's I thought the futon thing was a funny bit. But that's coming from a guy who people kept saying was selling a couch for the last 7 years. So maybe I'm a little more simple. I don't know. Coltrane with $1 says, I'm behind on the show and I was able to fast forward to live because I already knew what Kamala was going to say. Didn't even need to listen. I don't know. It's kind of fun to hear her say it, though, I think. Sam Show. Oh, wow. The futon lore is getting deeper. Sam Show says, pro tip, Johnny's futon has a fuckhole. Why do you have to cut a fuckhole in the furniture? Why can't you just jack off? Like, why? Is that even going to feel good? You cut a hole in a futon, you're just fucking like the stuffing that's inside the mattress, like the cottony shit that's in a futon. There's no sexual pleasure to be derived from fucking the mattress of a futon, or, you know, shit, maybe I've been doing it wrong. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's necessary. So Sam Show, thank you for updating me on the fuckhole that's in the futon, but I didn't think fuckholes were needed. Bird Collector says, I took half the day off on Tuesday. Sure was nice outside. Damn this state. Yeah, Minnesota goes from 76 down to like fucking 35 and snow. 48 hours. That's all it takes. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $4.99 says, live from where I'm at, it's snowing in the St. Cloud Penitentiary. All right, thank you for the $5. That's going to put us at 220 for today. Guys, if you've got a lot to throw in, let's throw in some big ones here and get it knocked down. We are currently about an hour away from missing again. Oh, my God. Wait, we missed Monday and Tuesday. We hit on Wednesday. We can't miss 3 out of 4 days, bro. We got to knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal. Okay, now, hey, era of positivity. Happy steel toe. I got my Halloween costume on. I'm pleased as punch. I would say if we lose today, we're definitely out of the back in black era, and we'd have to string together a few more W's. I will say. So if you're holding out on us, throw in a few bucks, and let's knock today out. We've got somebody had some futon stuff that I thought was really good. I agree with numero uno, Josh Denny fan. Let's hang out in the chat for a little bit and take a break from all this political shit. And hopefully let's knock out that last 220 today, if you could. Where was the thing about Johnny getting mad at people for the futon bit? Oh yeah, here we go. Sam Show says Johnny was getting angry with us for mentioning it. Yeah, I don't know why you get mad at the audience for the futon bit, because it's like, I don't know. It's like a fun thing that your audience wants to do. It's, you know, they're not shitting on you. They're not insulting you or anything. It's kind of you can roll with the futon bit for a while. And the gorilla cum bit that Johnny harvests gorilla cum from the dicks of gorillas and then sells it because it's valuable, I guess. That's a fun bit. I don't think that, you know, that bit's not hurting anybody. It works. Aaron, our dicks are sensitive. They haven't been rubbed raw with dudes' mustaches like you. These are all disgusting allegations. Disgusting. Sam Show says the fuckhole is there because the same spot has been fucked so much. Well, stop fucking the futon. King Kong Dong says futon update. We're having a Just Kidding LLC orgy on it next week for Johnny's birthday. Lander says, how dare you, Aaron? Have you ever experienced the warmth of a futon fuckhole? If you had, you would be a better man, jerk. Sorry. Numero uno says, someone just throw in 5K and we don't have to worry about goals for a while. Oh, I love that idea. $5K, fuck, I'll take a 50 at this point. Are you kidding me? Von Kaiser saying, I'm very concerned about the price of middle-class futons. Yeah. Well, do me a favor. Keep the futon bit over here, all right? Whatever you do, don't go over to Johnny's show today on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble and talk to him about futons because he doesn't like it. So there's no reason to do it. So do me a favor. Keep all your futon-centered humor here. And do not go to Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble today and mention futons. Because he's not going to like it and he might yell at you. So don't do that. King Kong Dong said Johnny's mad because we want sex on it. Lander says, yeah, Johnny doesn't like our gorilla milking farm bit either. Well, what? How are you supposed to have fun on your show if the audience comes up with fun bits and you keep no-butting everything instead of yes-anding? If the audience says you harvest gorilla cum, then fucking roll with it. Say you're a gorilla cum farmer. It's fine. God. It's like I got to teach all these guys how to do a show. It kills time, and then you don't have to talk about Trump or Kamala Harris or clips or anything like that. You can talk about gorilla cum and futon fucking for a while. Some of everybody's favorite casual subjects. Helgi says Aaron prefers croutons. That's why now these are one's a food, one you sleep on. How dare you? Los Teos Synthesizer says Johnny's out here dying and leaving his family behind, and you have him out there milking gorilla dicks. Hey. Milking gorilla dicks does nothing to contribute to the mortality rate of multiple sclerosis. There's nothing about milking gorilla dicks that's going to cut your life short. Thank you. Unless you try to suck start them and they pierce your throat and you bleed out. Do you imagine what a horrible way to die? Like, you'd rather walk in on like a family member who jacked off and hanged himself while he was doing the autoerotic asphyxia thing. You'd rather walk in on that and tell people that they died that way than they were trying to suck start a gorilla dick to harvest the cum and it punctured the back wall of their throat and they bled out. You find it, if you find somebody that way, if you find a loved one that way, you quick tie a string around their neck and attach their hand to it and then put another hand on their cock and you try to make it look like they were jacking it because you're so embarrassed, I believe. Somebody says in this day and age of the economy, we can't afford new futons, so we were trying to get Johnny to sell us his used one. I get it. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I understand the bit. Sam Show says this just means you need to ask Johnny about the futon on the show because he can't escape. Well, look, man, our audience gives us money. Our audience keeps us on the air. So if they have hard-hitting questions that they don't feel are being answered, then to me, I feel like those answers are owed, and we will get to the bottom of it on this show. This show is an intrepid journalistic program, and we will make sure that everyone's questions are answered. King Kong Dong says he is switching to elephant cum because it is more potent. An Asian elephant comes 2 billion sperm at a time. Wow. Your mom does the same thing when she burps. Ew. Actually, you know what? That grossed me out. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says Johnny got mad at me for asking what his favorite bands were. Well, maybe you caught him on the wrong day. That's all. Johnny wanted to do it. Nobody made Johnny milk gorilla dick, says Sam Show. He just does that. Well, no, I think he gets paid good money for it, though. I don't think you should just... You know, guys, it's really irresponsible to go around spreading rumors that someone just enjoys jacking off gorillas to harvest their semen and that you do it for the love of the game. I mean, he also gets well compensated for it. So let's not cast aspersions on people. You know, thinking people just whack off gorillas because they enjoy it. I mean, there's a profit motive attached to it. Thank you to King Kong Dong for the $5. He says $5 to call Johnny to address futon and monkey juice. I tell you what, if you guys knock out today's goal, because we are way behind right now, if you guys knock out today's goal, I will go till 11 and we will call Johnny and we will get this futon and gorilla cum thing all cleared up. $215 away, long ways away. I thought today's show was going to go better. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Pitch in. Let's see if we can get this done. I appreciate you guys. You've kept us on the air this long. Keep her going. Let's go ahead and throw some thank yous out there. Who do we have? Adam with $25. Thank you, Adam, for the 25er. 25ers are big. 190 away from today. All right, we're getting a little closer. Now we're getting to the point where, 10, 15, 20 at a time really starts to put a dent in there. So there we go. $190 is the amount. We're going to get the Gorilla Come and Futon thing straightened out today, and we'll do 5 hours. Lander says, inmate, I thought Aaron was the boy in the striped pajamas. No. This is an inmate outfit, but we were talking about it earlier today. I maybe did err in getting one that was a little Holocausty, and that's maybe not a good idea. Chevrolet JB with $2 says it Kirkland brand adrenochrome. God. Wait, Gorilla Cum is Kirkland brand adrenochrome? I had no idea. I guess you drink it in shake form. It's a protein shake. Ugh. I don't want to do this anymore. Can we go back to the election now? This is getting really, really bad. Thank you. 190 is the number for today. All right. Jonah Goldberg is a cunt. He is a douche Republican. I've hated this kid. I've hated this guy since I was in high school. He is a sanctimonious fucking douchebag. He's one of these guys that wanted to make all those predictions about the Iraq war. If you weren't all in with going into Iraq, you were a fucking pussy. You weren't a patriot. You didn't support the troops, all that shit. It's going to be over in no time. Don't worry about it. Like, you guys, it's going to be an easy win, and you guys are gay, and you don't want to fight the terrorists, and you've lost your red, white, and blue spirit if you don't want to go to war in Iraq, and it's not going to last very long. Well, it was a fucking disaster, and for some reason, they keep calling this piece of shit to ask him his opinion about American politics. I don't know what you have to do to stop being called a political correspondent or a political expert, because there's no other job in the world where you just get to be wrong with such consistency and then people still come to you for your opinion. So Jonah Goldberg explained in his latest column that he is refusing to vote for Donald Trump because his actions are, quote, inherently disqualifying for the presidency. Now remember, this is a guy who supported every fucking war that Bush went into, and this was a guy that cheerled every war George W. Bush didn't get into, but he wanted him to. And then as soon as Obama got in there, all of a sudden Jonah Goldberg's worried about the Constitution. Jonah Goldberg's worried about declarations of war versus the War Powers Act. I mean, political hack is the term that comes to mind when I think of Jonah Goldberg. He wrote in his Wednesday column that he will likely not vote in the upcoming election because Kamala Harris will carry Washington, D.C. by a comfortable margin. However, the political commentator added he would vote for Harris if he lived in a swing state, only as a way to vote against Trump. What a fucking dickbag. So he would vote for someone that he knows is worse for the economy than Donald Trump is. But fuck it, because I think Donald Trump is a meanie head. God, this guy sucks. This is a guy who had no problem. He did not think twice before he said, let's go fucking bomb a bunch of brown innocent people. I hate these neocon bastards. They are such straight-laced, button-down sociopaths. This motherfucker wanted to bomb every Muslim within the Middle East, and we would be, we would be justified in doing so because we got to go to war to fight all these terrorists. It fucked people up. You know, people have relatives now that have mental problems. They lost limbs. And all for what? What did we gain from fighting in Iraq? I mean, I'm sure there's oil companies and I'm sure there's contractors that made out like bandits and they did very well. Meanwhile, other guys walk with a limp, one leg. PTSD. Great, man. Jonah Goldberg, true American. Remember, Trump is the disgusting one. Trump's a piece of shit because he says bad, naughty, mean words. But Jonah Goldberg and his crew, they're fine because they're just okay with sending somebody else's fucking children to go fight. I hate these guys. These guys who act so fucking sanctimonious when it comes to Trump. And I get so mad about these guys because I hated the Bush years and all those wars. Not because I'm a massive Trump guy. I'm voting for Trump because there's no better option. But to watch these fucking Republican conservative, like, oh, my principles. I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump because he says nasty shit. Do you know how much fucking blood Jonah Goldberg has on his hands? Do you know how much cheerleading he did for more blood that thankfully never came? It's a game to this fucking guy. When Obama got in there and he started bombing people, then Jonah Goldberg had a problem with it. It's fucking reality TV for him when it's real life for other people. Ugh, I hate this guy. Goldberg wrote he could never bring himself to vote for Trump because of his actions on January 6th that disrupted the peaceful transfer of power. I mean, it didn't. We still had a peaceful transfer of power. And I'd like to talk to Ray Epps about what intelligence agency he was working for when he riled that whole thing up. Trump is simply unacceptable, Goldberg said. The mere fact that he violated the American tradition of the peaceful transfer of power is inherently disqualifying. All of the other reasons, and there are many, amount to shoving another 10 pounds of manure into a 5-pound bag. Oh, that's funny, Jonah. Putting the 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag, because that's what I called your foreign policy ideas back in the early part of the century. I hate these people who think they're on any fucking moral grounds to talk about Donald Trump. You know? I just hate that any of these people are like, oh, well, you know, I mean, that Donald Trump, he's a bad dude. I was like, who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm the guy who said that we should just keep bombing these people and just really white. Like, Jonah Goldberg's had some really dog shit takes. Now I'm agitated again. Somebody get me a futon and some gorilla cum. Andrea with $5 says, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween indeed. Vadam with $5 says, who's ready for a ice, rain, and snow mixture today? Sounds like parts of Minnesota will get some snow. I'll go out and take a picture. And I'll put it up on Instagram and Twitter after the show today. I've already got snow in the backyard. It's on the ground. It's here. Dive Bar with $5 says, it's coming in Aaron's backyard. Indeed. The snow is coming in my backyard. Thank you, Dive Bar. Andrea says, here's another $5. Please explain why people are saying butter to me. There's a bunch of people who love this show who want me to eat butter on the program for money. I think it's a funny bit. I don't know if they're glad that I've embraced it and kind of made it our own, but I hope they do because it's all in fun. They want to pay me to eat butter, and I'm like, that sounds like the most disgusting fucking thing I've ever heard. But I think it's harmless. It's just a funny bit. Nothing wrong with it. Dr. Silverwolf with $20 says, YouTube took my wrench. I am powerless now. I tell you what, buddy, I do not know what's going on there. I just don't know. I'll put you in there again, and we'll see what happens. I did take a mod wrench away from RestreamBot. That might have something to do with it. Johnny's Futon Emporium with $1.99 says, butter will run down your thighs when you fart. That is not true. I'm not sharding butter. These fucking rumors have to stop because they do hurt people. And you need to know that. You need to be made aware. Let's go ahead and say another thank you. This one, Devon Kaiser says, ask if Johnny would consider trading his soiled futon for a polar bear femur. I will certainly do that for you. Thank you very much. And holy shit, guys, just like that. Look at that. You guys have got it down to 155. Keep it going. There we go. 155 away. Hey, just go on another rally like that, and we'll be done with this in like 10 minutes. Thanks, guys. Also, an extra hour of overtime if we get there before 9:50. So we got about 35 minutes to do that one. And also, we'll call Johnny and ask him about Gorilla Cum and futons. Approachable says, Aaron, read the text. It's long, but it's important. All right. Thank you, Approachable. Oh. What does this mean, Chad Buzamak? Literally will do nothing about aside from keep taking your money to make you kid again. Will not fix problem. You got to rewrite that in English. We'll run it back. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and read this text. Oh, fuck. Hey, Aaron, let everyone know not to worry. I'm over by the South Dakota border right now, and the rain snow has stopped, and the clouds are starting to lighten up. So the weather headed your way looks better. Why is this so long? I have to travel almost the whole way across the state, so please ask the audience if they could do me a favor and send the weather and location where they are so I can plan my route to avoid some of the worst spots. If you guys fucking do this, I'm telling you. Also, tell them to make sure and send it in with a couple of dollars. Don't know to ensure you read it, and I hear that since the chat is mostly pay to play now, thanks for anyone's help who can get me info and help me get through my day easier. Well, the YouTube chat moves kind of fast, so that kind of is pay to play. But the Rumble one, we take some freebies. All right, guys, so if you send in super chats and Rumble rants and everything else, and you give us weather updates, you would be helping quite a bit, apparently. And you would be fucking infuriating to me. So that's, I guess, a side perk. 155 away from today's goal. Go ahead and chip in. Rumble rants, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. Thank you very much. All right, we've got, speaking of Halloween, people are it wouldn't be Halloween if we didn't have people outraged at costumes. And, you know, nothing really says I'm glad to be out of fantasy football quite like this next story. This is my second year of not playing fantasy football in a league. And I like it, man. I enjoy the games more. You know, there's this idea that if you play fantasy football, and I have for like the last 25 years of my life, I suppose, that if you play fantasy football, it makes the games better. I found that that's not the case. Like, I can just root for teams and watch football rather than sit there and go, oh, I really hope this guy does well, but this team doesn't. Or I have this guy's quarterback, but I have this team's defense, so I need this one to score this much and this one to... Oh, it can be exhausting. Or like if you have a player who plays against your team and you have to sit there and do this sacrilegious thing of like, oh, I really hope my team wins today, but I hope one of their guys fucking goes off on us. No, you don't hope that. So it's been nice not playing fantasy football the last couple of years. But Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers running back, apparently pissed people off because how dare he dress up for a Halloween party when he's supposed to be injured. And he should be getting back on the field and helping out his fantasy football owners. Yeah, I'm sure Christian McCaffrey, who's like pushing 30, which is like the death knell for running backs, and needs to squeeze as much money out of his career as he can. I'm sure he's really making sure that he puts himself in physical danger so that your fantasy football team can do better. Before we get to that, Mussolini Diff with $2 says it's raining butter over here. Thank you, buddy. 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Help us knock it out and get a win. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says it's snowy in Spicer. Oh, wait. No, come on now. Paul with $2 says take Route 18 to the turnoff. Go down Cum Guzzler Road to the third driveway. I don't think that's a real place. Controversial take, but I don't think Cum Guzzler Road is real. All right, guys, that now means we are 150 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Approachable says, holy fuck, Mussolini sended another couple dollars and let me know what location it's raining butter. I definitely want to avoid those roads. They're going to be very slippery. Are you happy that you've started that now? Are you pleased with yourself, Mr. Approachable? Thank you. 150 away from today, and even 150 away. If we knock this out in the next half hour, it means we're doing 5 hours today and calling Johnny to bother him about bits he hates. So, Christian McCaffrey is not allowed to dress up for Halloween while he nurses his injury because the 49ers superstar showed off his couple's costume with his wife, Olivia Culpo, and fantasy football owners spurged out at him. Yes, he posted this picture. He's the Tin Man. His wife is Dorothy. Very beautiful Dorothy, by the way. And a gay as fuck Tin Man. They put this picture out there. Yay, we're a couple and we're celebrating Halloween. Isn't this fun? One of the most innocent things you can do. And of course, fantasy football fans who probably drafted him pretty high, which is your fault because wasn't he hurt before the season started? So they probably drafted him high, thinking he was going to have a huge year, and now they're just like, what? You can't put on a fucking costume because you need to play football and help me in fantasy. What the fuck do those two things have to do with each other? So if you're too injured to play in a football game where every collision is like being in a high-speed car crash, you can't put on a Halloween costume and walk around? I didn't know that those two things were comparable to each other. CMC and OC chose to be the Tin Man and Dorothy, even getting in character for a few Oh, no, they did TikToks for it. Okay, now, look. Now I'm mad, not as a fantasy football owner, but just as a dude, that he did this. The sun goes down and the moon comes up. He looks fucking miserable. Tell me you were forced to be in a TikTok without telling me you were forced. That is the saddest man in dress up I have ever seen. Oh my God. That's either him just completely embarrassed to be here, or he has early onset CTE and has no fucking idea where he is or why he's wearing this outfit. Oh, that's bad. Play that again. Are there any of these where he's smiling or happy? What is wrong with Christian McCaffrey's eyes? They're dead. He's got dead eyes, lifeless eyes, like a doll's eyes. Oh, there he's smiling a little. Oh, and he wants a smooch. Isn't that you can't kiss your wife. You have to be on my fantasy football team. Women weaken legs. Listen, Christian, I put a lot of money on you this year, and I made sure that you were on my fantasy team. And you're not playing right now. You better not be fucking. No fucking until you get on the field. God. So people are losing their shit that he's on TikTok with his wife, barely smiling in a Tin Man outfit, because they think he should be on the field. He's got a fucking, bilateral Achilles tendonitis, so that means both his Achilles are fucked up. Some folks who drafted him this year aired their grievances about their beloved fantasy teams, hitting the comments to remind the all-pro running back about their woes with him sidelined. As one user put it, I'm 2-6 in fantasy because my first overall pick is hurt and dressed like Tin Man. What? Just, if this is causing you angst, if this is causing you problems, please stop playing fantasy football. It's bad for you. Posterior Attention says, hasty to St. Cloud I-94 is wet with snow and slop. Thank you for the $2, buddy. Dive Bar with $2 says, let's go, Pores. Replace your old Milwaukee cans and give it to the goal. Hey, there we go. Thank you, guys. 150 away from today. Let's make sure we get this thing all hammered out. Thank you very. Oh my goodness. Adam with $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit. Vadam with $5. We'll play that in a second. Jesus Christ. We are an even $50 away from today's goal. Thank you for that $100, Adam. Holy shit. What a guy. You guys are, I can't say it enough. You guys are the best. I don't deserve you. You're fucking incredible. Thank you. Unbelievable. $50 away. Enjoy. Enjoy, boys and girls. What a guy. Thank that guy. They're saying Johnny time soon. Yeah, if we knock out the next $50 in the next 23 minutes, we're calling Johnny to talk to him about him milking gorilla cum and him selling a futon. And we're going to go an extra hour today. So if the goal is hit by 9:50, we're going the overtime is an hour. Schweitz with $20 says, meant to do this earlier when you did the Kamala impression about garbage. Hilarious. Happy Halloween, Jailbird. Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed that segment. $30 away from today's goal. The power of positivity with the toe. Thank you guys very much. It's a $30 day. That's all that's left. Go ahead and finish her up. That was my first pick. Yeah, back to this Christian McCaffrey shit. That was my first pick in fantasy. Safe to say I've been depressed for 8 weeks of fantasy gameplay. Leave him the fuck alone. He gets to have sex with her. Oh. I do that. You know what? I'll be honest. I do that to SP sometimes. I just look at her and I go, I get to fuck her. And then she looks back at me, and because she's not a fucking airhead dipshit, she looks back at me and goes, you have a fucking problem. You're a goddamn sex addict. Just be my partner. It's it's really weird to be in a relationship where everything centers around having a personal, deep connection and being right for one another rather than just, I need to come. Don't be a coomer, kids. Don't be a coomer. I do. I'll say things to her. I'm like, I'll think it's complimentary because I'll think it's complimentary. Like, yeah, I get to fuck you. And she's like, all right, calm down, David Duchovny. Fucking relax. I didn't realize until I started hanging out with her again and talking to her. And she's like, you have way more problems than you think you do. I'm like, oh, well. Should probably get to work on those, huh? She's like, yeah, should probably start tinkering around under the hood. And I went, you mean your clit? She said, no, you fucking junkie. Vance with $10 says, put out Johnny's number. We can give him a call so he doesn't get upset with you. No, Vance, we're not going to give out Johnny's number. $20 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. It's a $20. Oh, we're going to get there, guys. And holy shit, you still have 20 minutes to get the extra hour of overtime today. Now, if I was dirty, I'd just stop talking about it. So I only had to do the half hour. I'd wait until like 9:51. But I got to be honest with you. Look at those two. I mean, look, that was so gay. Oh, my God, that was effortlessly gay what I just did. No, that's not what I didn't mean. Look at those two. Dude, I so don't help myself ever.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
No, that's not what I meant.
Is very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
No, it's not.
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
Of course, they are disgusting.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Oh my God, that was not supposed to be what I said. I didn't mean to say look at those two like they're both super hot and fuckable. I meant to say he and her. Happy Halloween, everybody. Happy Halloween. Chad Buzamok says, what a transition. Oh my God, do I not help myself? Aaron's Box with $5 and a link. Thank you very much. What do we have for that link? It better not be anything that gets me in trouble. April Imholt serenades Aaron from Steel Toe. This is from 5 months. No, I'm not going to play a song called No One Wants a Cuck. Oh, this is after they got arrested. No. I will play 10 seconds of this because you sent money.
No one wants a cock. They may think they do. No one wants a schmuck who accepts everything you do. Yes.
Oh, no. No, we're not going to be. No, I don't want you. This is going to be really. I thought this was going to be mean to me. I didn't know this was going to be really mean to April. We don't need to go down that road. We don't need to fucking do April material on this. I thought that was making fun of me and shitting on me. Thank you very much for the $5. It's very funny. I'll go watch it later, whatever, but I don't want to make anything worse for anybody. That's all. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. Shut up, Aaron. 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 There we go. Shut up, Aaron is the name of this game. It's just when things are tough, be nice. When things are tough for people, be kind. It doesn't look. When people are in your past and it's over now and nobody can hurt you and everything's fine, I will tell you, this is just my personal philosophy. It doesn't cost you anything to be merciful, to be kind. Andrew, thank you very much for $15 over on PayPal. I appreciate that, Chad. You didn't let it go long enough, says Aaron's Bach. I can't. It was going to get to really mean shit about her, and that was like, look, no. I'll watch it later, and if it's not too bad, then maybe tomorrow I'll play it. But I want to be. I want to make. I want to make an effort to be a better human being when it comes to that shit. I think that I hope you can find that admirable, if possible. All right, guys, we are $5 away from today. Thank you very much. Knock it out in ones. That's always fun. Chad Busmak, speak your truth, Aaron. Sam Show says, don't shut up, Aaron. Do the opposite. Say words. No. Aaron's Box says, I'll dispute the charge. That's fine. You can dispute the charge. That would be okay. That's fine with me. Von Kaiser says, "High Road, good for you, queer." Also, she did something really nice yesterday, and I needed to get the kids and I off the phone thing and start a different account off of hers because I'm paying for her phone and everything. And I went to the Verizon store to get the accounts switched. Because I made her, I let her be in charge of the account when we were together because I didn't give a shit, didn't matter. I figure if it was one of us, it was both of us. So then they made me an account manager yesterday so I could start the process of getting all that stuff out of there. The problem is, as soon as I was made an account manager, somebody removed me from being an account manager. And I thought, well, that's kind of a dick thing. And I thought somebody was being a dick. But then immediately they allowed those 3 lines to be released. So instead of me being an account manager and having to take those off of there, she just released the lines, which I've really been dying for. So that was very nice. So I'd be a real phony piece of shit if I just started, shitting on people, or shitting on her, Rachel with $1 says, Happy Halloween. Thank you very much. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with $9.99 says, I know I'm behind, but as a Carolina Panther fan, Christian is always hurt. He's working through it. When heel, they take him away from others and use him when healthy. This is so dumb. He looks like an idiot. Yeah, I mean, people were mad at Christian McCaffrey for dressing up like the Tin Man for Halloween. I never thought that would be a big deal, but apparently it is. And with that $9.99 Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, today's goal has been eliminated. Another win for Convict Toe. There it is. We're going to go till 11 today. We're going to call Johnny about the futon. We're going to call Johnny about the gorilla cum, and we're going to get all of this. We're going to get this all straightened out for you guys. I promise. But first, over 800 of you checking out the show right now as we head into overtime. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Our subscriptions have been going up, 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 and up these last couple weeks. I appreciate that. So we've been putting on some good shows, and you guys have been responding. Thank you so much for that. We also have another thank you to throw out. This is going to go towards Monday. Thank you very much to Steve for $20. Thank you, pal. Steve with $20. Here we go. What do you guys want to do? Oh, Doom Clone, you're right. We do have to change the whiteboard. We didn't win Thursday, and we are 5-2, so it's still true, but it's a little. You're right. It's a little dated. What do you guys want to call Johnny during overtime, or do you want to call Johnny right now? It's up to you. I mean, it's you guys paid for it, so you get to decide. Johnny now or Johnny for overtime? I'll wait. I will take my cues from you guys. We have a few stories left yet. Both of them football. Well, I mean, football adjacent, I guess we could say. MSO says, call Johnny now. All right, let's do that. Hey, MSO, before I call him, guess what I have to do first? Go ahead. Anybody guess? What do I have to do before I call Johnny? Let's see. Wait a minute. Is that correct? Do I have to ban that person? Hold on a sec. I got to see if I got to ban him. Johnny. I do have to ban you. I'm sorry. Or no, I have to delete the comment. Here, just for this live stream. That's not okay. Unblock your. No, I don't have to unblock the number. I didn't connect my phone to the board. Thank you to Rachel for $1. Says Happy Halloween. Thank you very much, Rachel. All right, let's give Johnny a call. And let's talk to him about these issues.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Driving home. How are you?
Oh, what are you driving home from?
An appointment with my physical therapist.
Yeah, likely story. What's her name?
His name is Tim.
Oh, does he finish you off?
Nope. Just loosened up the legs.
So you don't have. So you must not have very good insurance.
Nope.
Okay.
Not enough for a complete job. Just enough for a tease. What do you need?
Yeah, if you have good insurance, they take care of you. They give you the old Robert Kraft. Well, the audience paid money today, and they knocked everything out early, and they had some questions for you.
Okay, what are the questions?
Now, I don't want you to shoot the messenger on this, okay? Can you promise?
Yep.
They want to get to the bottom of this futon business.
There's no bottom. It's a folding couch. I don't know what the...
There's some allegations. Here's some of the allegations, and you can address them one by one. Number one, that you're selling your futon.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay, then we've addressed that. Number two, that there is a, and I'm quoting now, a fuck hole in your futon.
No, that is not true at all.
There's not a fuckhole in your futon. Okay, then I'm a journalist. I have to ask a follow-up. Do you fuck your futon?
No, God, no.
Okay, good, because I don't really understand the logistics of how that would work. The other item they wanted me to ask you about regarding the futon was, why does the futon thing make you so upset?
Oh, again, I keep pointing out, it's not that it makes me upset. I'm just sick of every single comment being the futon. So I just don't care anymore about it. It's the thing I keep pointing out to them. I make the audience part of the show, but they still haven't learned how to, like, not run a bit into the ground with, like, hey, 3 people just made a futon comment. I'm going to make a futon comment. Like, if you read every single chat in your show and every one is about the futon, eventually you're just like, okay, yep, and a futon joke.
Okay, well then, you know what? Let's all work together to solve this. What would be a good futon to other chat ratio?
I don't know. I just feel like if 3 people have done it, you can maybe give it a break for a minute. But again, I've just gone to not reading futon stuff. I just don't care anymore.
What about... Well, and this will help. What do you think? Like, if people waited a half hour between futon comments, would that be acceptable?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
If I get bored with it, I stop doing it. So if I stop mentioning the futon jokes, maybe take the hint. I don't know.
Because
either way, I'm driving and I've got things to do. So I'm going to.
There was one last question. They want to know, because I thought you were still in on this bit, but they're telling me you're not. Are you still a gorilla cum farmer?
I never was.
Oh. Well, then
again, that's another one of those things where it's just something they went with and ran with. So again,
could you do me a favor on the gorilla cum farmer thing then?
What's that?
Don't check your text messages. I'm sorry. I got some bad information, and that's on me.
Again, no, you want to talk to, I think it's Landers and Rumble for those orders. You want to go to him.
Oh, Landers sells gorilla cum.
Yeah, he's the gorilla cum salesman, last I knew.
You know what they're calling gorilla cum in our chat?
What's that?
Kirkland brand adrenochrome.
It might be right. I don't know how much adrenochrome is in Gorilla Jizz, but that's the question for, again, the Rumble chat.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for clearing that all up. We're really happy about it. I know you're driving. Otherwise, I would ask you listener questions, but...
Yeah, I apologize. But yeah, I'm driving and I have to get to a therapy appointment. It's snowing like a motherfucker, so...
I can see that. Yeah, that sucks. All right. Talk to you later. Thank you. And, hey, hold on to that futon for me.
It's my futon.
Oh, sorry. Is there any gorilla cum on it?
No, God, no. If I had gorilla cum on it, I wouldn't want it.
All right. Talk to you later.
But.
And that's how you journalism, ladies and gentlemen. Chad Buzamok says, Johnny's already over you. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Chad Buzamok. You said call him and tell him Chad Buzamok said check Venmo. That's on me. I'm sorry. Sam Show says Johnny hates us. I don't think he hates you. He just wants you to diversify your attack a little bit. That's all. Big difference. Big difference. Thomas Michael says, I'm sorry. Goldsteiner says Slam Piece is a made-up person. Yes. Yes. SP is a made-up person. They do not exist. Not a person. Not real. I made it up. It was part of my, like, Fight Club fantasy. Not real at all. Thank you for that. Landers says it's a love-hate relationship. Oh, with you and Johnny? Yeah. Okay. Bigot on Socialist Media says, after every story, Johnny goes to the chat and it's about the futon. Okay, I can see where that would be annoying. I can see where that would get to him a little bit. If I went, honestly, even if I thought the bit was good, like I think the butter bit is funny, if I went to the chat every time we did a story, you know, there was like butter. I guess that might annoy me a little bit. I get that. I guess the difference is, like, between the two chats, I'm looking at, like, there's 1,000 people contributing at our peak. So it's like, you know, it can, you know, I can get away from it pretty quick. Sam Show says, I love it when he rants. Just wind him up and let him go. Yeah, I like when Johnny gets all fiery. I like that passion. That sounded gay again. Anonymous says, this is Johnny's emotional support futon. I don't think Bapa Shab was listening. He says he fucks his futon confirmed. Now, Johnny did deny the futon fucking allegations. So I don't think we can say confirmed. King Kong Dong says it's a monkey cum farm. Oh, so he's kind of getting by on a technicality. I said gorilla cum farm, but it's monkeys. Well, that's a dishonest way to be. TRG, oh, that's just a globalist track doc thing. Thank you. Chad Buzamok says, this is obviously going to help with the futon not being mentioned again. Well, yeah, you know what? I'm just glad I could help. That's all. Root says, I promise I will never bring up the futon now. Not. Hey, you said not after that, you piece of shit. I think this is going to help Johnny's numbers. I think more of you are going to go over to Johnny's chat today now and hang out and watch the show. I mean, you might say something about the futon here and there, but don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. Bapa Shab says Aaron no, you mean I laugh or Johnny laughs? Bapa says he laughs at all the cuck jokes. Johnny can take a futon joke or two. You know, I don't mean to jack my own cock here, but you got to admit, I take the shit better than anybody. I really do. I laugh along with the fucking bits. I know what my past is. I know the shameful shit I've done. People, I don't understand like how you can do shameful, disgusting shit and then get mad at people when they point it out. Like, I don't want to bring up Nick's Seed Stream, but it's like, dude, you share your life with people. And then you get mad when they dig in on the stuff that you talk about. That's how this shit works. You got to get off the internet and not do a show if you can't handle it. Like, he acts like I'm just this guy getting off scot-free. Can't keep getting away with it. You want to go in my chat sometime and see the things they say? You know what I do? I embrace it. I own it. I laugh along. All these people want to do is come in and cause a little trouble. That's all they want to do. They don't want to hurt you. They don't want to punch you or kick you or make you bleed or anything like that. All they want to do is come in, cause a little trouble, shoot a little shit, throw a few zingers your way. I mean, we're sitting here making money in our fucking basements talking into a microphone. The least we can do is let people have enormous amounts of fun at our expense. You know, I always say everyone who talks into one of these is a lol cow to somebody. You know? So just, if people are going to make jokes, just lean in. Just be part of it. Laugh with them. You win people. Honestly, dude, you win people over that way because they go, oh, look, this guy doesn't take himself too seriously. His streaming is obviously not his whole world. It's not his whole life. It's how you maintain a healthy interaction with your fan base. You can't sit there and go, super chats, all this shit, and then go, oh, but I'm going to draw the line at, how you can talk about me. I mean, the only thing I would ever get kind of worked up about is if it's, maybe somebody else. But as far as I go, like, I'm a fucking pincushion. That sounded gay. See, that sounded gay too. That's, you know what? That fucking sounded.
Okay, faggot. What's next?
I really have to stop. It's not so much that I'm doing it. It's that it's unconscious. That's the most frightening part. Let's continue on. People are talking about Johnny. Oh boy, Mr. Approachable's got a clip of me. Dive Bar says there will be nothing but futon channel names in his YouTube chat today. I don't think so. I think you guys. I think he'll see his viewership go up today because of the futon and the monkey jizz thing, and then more of you just take a break. I think it would be funnier where if every 15 minutes there was one futon comment and you guys just waited. You just on the second 15 minutes futon, and then give him a break. Let him do his show. Let him read the rest of his chat. And then 15 minutes later, bunch of futon chats. And then shut the fuck up, let him do his show. And then like clockwork, what does he do, 2 hours? Maybe do a half hour then, because it's then 4 times during the show, futon shit. And by the way, the only reason I'm doing this is because I can usually never do that. So I'm taking advantage. The futon will eventually own him, says Sam Show. And then the chat will have won. Thomas Michael says, why did we glance over therapy for his legs? Something doesn't compute there. Oh, no, you got to, dude, if you have problems with your legs from MS and shit, you got to work those things out as much as you can just to get like baseline level functionality out of them. So he can like, instead of the wheelchair, he can use the walker. Yeah, no, it's actually, if you have leg problems like that, it's very important that you do physical therapy for sure. Chad Buzamok says, yes, but would you admit to fucking a futon? Look, man, that's a good point. But then again, I was having this conversation with someone yesterday. Then why even address it? Because if you deny it and people are going to be like, well, you wouldn't admit to fucking a futon anyway. And if you admit it, then you've admitted to being a futon fucker. There's really no win there. At least if you say no comment, you leave a little mystery. Keep people coming back. Bapa Shab says he's denying it to the point where it's obvious that he does indeed fuck the futon. My goodness. Thomas Michael says, I wouldn't mind punching you. I can handle myself. MSO says $10 a punch. I think, dude, I think that's the opposite of kind of the point I was making, but thank you, MSO. Das Optic Nerve says, Aaron finds it easy to laugh along because he's jolly and fat and also gay. Fuck. Stop Big Troon says, every 15 seconds. Got it. No, that's not what I said. Thomas doesn't believe me, by the way, that I don't mind people poking and joking and shit. He doesn't like that. He says, Aaron, you are fragile for sure. See, I don't like this about my haters is they get really uncomfortable when I embrace shit and then they just create the reality for themselves. It's like if Aaron won't give me the reality I want, I have to create it. So if I get mad at people joking about me, then you're fragile. If you own it and you're like, yeah, I was a fuck up. These jokes are funny. That's in the past. I can laugh at old me too. Well, then you're still fragile. He says, you project you don't care here because you're the only one with a mic. Hold on a second. Carry the one that I'm not computing, but I could be the idiot. Easy to deceive when you are the only one speaking. Oh, shit. That's a good point. I might actually be broken inside. Landers says, that's why I like Johnny so much. He real wears his heart on his sleeve and deals with his shit and gets mad when we want to fuck his futon. Thomas Michael says, that's the literal projecting I'm speaking to, but okay. Fuck. That Thomas Michael, he's like Niccolo Machiavelli. I can't escape the guy. He backs me into a corner each time. I'm going to fucking get that guy. Chad Buzamok says, I can see the futon being the thing that makes Johnny leave Steel Toe. Look, of all the things that I have lost co-hosts over, disputes about pay, health reasons, addiction reasons, degeneracy reasons, whatever. Someone leaving over a futon would probably be the most heartbreaking one of all. St. Cloud Coke Fiend says Johnny's crusty futon for $2 says. How dare you?
Questions.
All right, let's see what this clip says.
Questions.
Now, I don't want you to shoot the messenger on this, okay? Can you promise?
Yep.
They want to get to the bottom of this futon business.
There's no
what was that? Why was that a clip? They want to get to the bottom of it. That was the real question. I wanted to know what was up with the futon business. That's all. Jay Bra says, Aaron, sucking a guy's dick is not the own you think it is. I never sucked a dick. You really should believe me because A, everything I've come out with has been proven true. And B, I've said enough humiliating shit about myself that I'm not leaving anything out. So, it really hurts me when you say things like, Aaron, we know you sucked a dick. It's like, but, God damn it. All right, let's go to some of these show texts. Oh, my God. There's a ton of them here. Weather report. It's, oh, wow, this is a weather report coming in that needs a drop. Here we go.
And there will be gorilla shit all over down there.
There's your forecast. Johnny denied harvesting gorilla cum, so one of our listeners has a theory. They said it's come from blacks. God damn it. Oh, God. One person writing in, weather update, it's musty in the bathroom at First District Association. Thank you for the Litchfield reference. Trust me, Aaron, we know you aren't going the Holocaust angle. You're too fat to pull it off. Chad Buzamak says he sucked it with his butthole. Not gay. I suppose it wouldn't help to explain to them that I'm not homosexual. St. Cloud Coke Fiend says, Gorilla cum, daddy. Hard times deep in the futon, daddy. I will say it's very... J. Brock Contrarian says, yes, Chad Buzamak, the old backdoor loophole. I believe they call it the poop hole loophole, if I'm not mistaken. Aaron, 80 degrees and sunny down here in beautiful Central Florida. Oh. How's the meth smell today down there? Chevy fan says, you have at the very least... I'm not reading that. Oh, that is fucking disgusting. And no, not once, not never. Shit, dude. You guys are fucking ruthless. All right, let's, I want to play something for you guys. Like, enough of this hostility and enough of this anger and these jokes. We've got an hour of overtime today. You guys have been incredibly generous, and I do appreciate it. I think with all this ugliness and these accusations and this, these horrible things that are being said in the chat, I think we need to go ahead and remember that we're here to spread positivity and joy to people. So I think one thing that's going to make our whole chat very happy is to find out that America's couple is indeed doing remarkably well.
Let me tell you about people who text me about Travis. They all started off saying, we're watching the thing. Is he the killer?
Yeah.
Just to get you on the line texting them.
Yeah.
And then they like, well, what do you know about his relationship?
Exactly. You know it. You know how it goes.
I'm like, man, get off that man business. I'm a vault. I don't say.
By the way, Jason Kelce, Travis Kelce, loud over the top black lady in the middle. This is not a trio I thought I'd see together. That would be, I'm glad he has a sense of humor about it, because that would be annoying. Like, people text you and they're just like making small talk. Like, hey, how are you doing? How are things? And you're like, yeah, good. Do you know anything about Travis Kelce's girlfriend? Oh, shut the fuck up. You don't even like me. Speaking of text, someone writing into the text line, Aaron, it's perfectly natural to want to experiment a little. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Not at 37. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, if you want to see the difference between retiring from football and still playing football, I don't think anyone illustrates it better than old bedhead Jason Kelce and still in shape Travis Kelce. You can tell Jason Kelce decided, you know what? But buffet table over the bench press table. That's what we're going with here.
You're a real one. Out of me.
You're a real one. That's too funny.
Y'all just being nosy. Don't ask me nothing.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. That's great.
I appreciate you always. And every time someone that has a mic in front of you always asks you something like that. Thank you.
I have a question for you. Why does Jason Kelce talk like the normal, just whatever podunk white boy that he is? But Travis Kelce has like, yo, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do for me. Kind of like how Justin Timberlake used to speak. That always bothered the fuck out of me. Be like, yo, I just do what I do. And it's like, shut the fuck up. That's not how you speak.
you for always showing love. You know it's real.
Showing
and,
love. That's how Travis Kelce said, thank you for always showing love, you know. It be what it be and it do what it do, baby boo. You know what I'm saying?
That me and Tay are absolutely happy, and I appreciate you always making sure that everybody knows that. So thank you.
Honey, I mind my black business. You understand me? I stay over here and worry about myself and what I got going.
Pulls out a fucking switchblade. What is the obsession with are Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce happy? Who gives a fuck? Like, how's it going to change? Like, let's say you see a story tomorrow, and it says Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are absolutely happy together. Okay, how does that make you feel? Now let's say you see a headline that says Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are fucking miserable and they're going to break up. Ready to kill each other. Both of those, like if we hook you up to a heart monitor and we tell you those two things, I would really hope that you would have the same response to both of them. Oh, look at that. Ooh, I just got some very interesting information. Very cute. Was Nick here today and we had no idea? What the fuck? Why didn't anybody tell me? We were having some fun today. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't check my DMs. Nick being a prick in your live chat this morning. Might want to. Oh, okay. Ooh, I like that. Thank you very much for sending me that. That's going to be very valuable. Corn Pop. He was a bad dude with $1.99. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate that. Right. Let's go into the, this fucking shit. God damn, do I hate Yankees fans. You know what we did? Was it last night's show where we did the Mookie Betts thing? And Mookie Betts was going up to make that catch. And, they just looked like dipshit retard Yankee fans. And for a moment, it put Yankee fans up above Philadelphia Eagle fans as my least favorite fans in the world. I mean, it settled back down, and now I hate Eagles fans way more because they're more retarded than Yankees fans. But one Yankee fan grabbed Mookie Betts' arm and pried his glove open while the other one held him up with one hand and tried to swat the ball out with the other as Mookie Betts made a foul ball catch in the stands. Now, they were called out, but Major League Baseball told Yankee Stadium, you're banning those guys from going to Game 5. Like, they can't be there. And, of course, last night was Game 5. It was the Dodgers pulling it off 7-6. The Dodgers are World Series champions, which is a good thing. I'm happy that they are because, the fucking Yankees. I know that I'm supposed to have American League pride or whatever, but my American League pride does not extend to the New York Yankees ever, or the Houston Astros. Neither one of them. Dodgers, not usually a big Dodgers guy, but I am a fuck the Yankees guy. So in an effort to try and top being the biggest piece of shit fan in New York, somebody was heckling the Dodgers' Freddie Freeman during a goddamn cancer tribute. At Game 5 of the World Series, ensuring that they're the shittiest fans in the world. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Where's that? Go back. That's it? You just yelled, what did he yell? It sounded like he said, what's up, Freeman, you suck. Oh, yeah, there it is. You suck, Freeman. On the Game 4 broadcast during the stand up to cancer moment of silence. You know what, Yankees? Wonderful. You're doing great. Keep it up. Good job, New York. You guys are fucking killing it. I'm so glad they lost. I wish they would have got swept. And apparently, that cancer moment of silence that Freddie Freeman was on the field for was for his fucking dad. Here.
Be with you and the guys before Freddie Freeman hit those 3 home runs in the first 3 games of this series. He hadn't hit a home run since September 16th. Didn't have an extra base hit since September 26th. In some ways, it's been among the most challenging seasons of his career. But along with his team and his family, he's had the support of one person throughout. That belief, the same his entire life, and that's his father.
So his dad is a cancer survivor, and somebody just, oh God, what pieces of shit. They really are in a league of their own when they do shit like that. We've got, oh man, I'm so mad that I missed that. I would have talked a little shit to the king of the meltdown. God, that dude, you gotta get over that jaded ex-lover thing. And like, it wasn't even gay, but you're acting really, really gay. I would worry about those fucking DMs that are coming about. If I were him, I would try to stay as perfectly still and silent and unnoticeable as possible. And there's some other shit I've heard that's going to come out very, very soon. So I would, I know that he's incapable of it, but I personally would fucking keep it down. Or don't. Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend decided, Bill Belichick has a Nick Rekieta in his life. A young lady who cannot quite get over Bill Belichick. Not happy that Bill, did you see who Bill Belichick is dating now? He went the Mike Zimmer route and decided to just grab some like college cheerleader as his girlfriend. But his ex dressed up as Uma Thurman. Let's see if you get this one. Belichick has since moved on to a 24-year-old cheerleader named Jordan Hudson. Oh, maybe that's why he was in the chat today. Because I was talking about being with my girlfriend last night and everything else, and that hurt. Yeah. It's always tough to see someone you love and are attracted to move on. It's fine, but you'll get over it. You'll get over it. Just take a really deep breath, Nick. Inhale really deep. Take a nice deep breath. Keep it down. So Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend decided to dress as Uma Thurman. Not just any Uma Thurman character, by the way, from any movie. A very particular movie.
Let's get to the third. It is Halloween time. We're on the lookout for costumes that, A, will ruin people's lives forever based on the poor decisions they make, but also definitely hit the clever button here, and that might have happened for a former Patriot spouse.
Yes, so Linda Holliday, former long-term girlfriend of Bill Belichick, went out with the girls on Saturday.
So they were together long-term. Did he ever get married then? I'm glad to say I don't really know anything about Bill Belichick's personal life. Was he ever married?
And she was dressed as Uma Thurman from the Kill Bill series, which
get it? No, because it's Kill Bill, because that's unhealthy. That's unhealthy. Like if it's over, it's over when it's over. You know, I mean, dressing like Kill Bill, that's an extra layer of obsession. Showing up in someone's chat and seething, that's one thing. I mean, that's obsessive, crazy person behavior. But putting on a Halloween costume where everyone has to do just one step of mental gymnastics to go, oh, I see what you did there. I don't know. That nothing says I'm not over you quite like referencing your murder with your Halloween costume.
Oh, brother, Bill's out there now dating a 24-year-old, and she decides this is the Halloween to go.
You should be thrilled that he's out there dating a 24-year-old. Because Bill's what? Bill's in his 60s, maybe his 70s. You should be really happy that your ex is dating a 24-year-old because you know that she is not there because she loves Bill Belichick. She is not there because she's attracted to Bill Belichick. You can rest assured that he's being used for money, for fame. She should be happy about that. She shouldn't feel the need to kill Bill. Bill's killing himself.
Go as a character from Kill Bill. The insinuation is clear.
Yeah, it's not.
Yes, the insinuation is clear. She wants to murder Bill Belichick. SP's sending me Snapchats of what she should wear for Halloween today. God damn it. This is not fair. The first one. I'm sorry, guys. There's just some shit you have to answer. I apologize.
Subtle. It's not. This is not a subtle costume at all, right?
Holy shit, Mike Golick looks fantastic. Dude, I cannot stop saying gay shit. I'm having a fucking gay day, dude. What did I say earlier? It's coming down in my backyard. I said that there was a picture of Christian McCaffrey and Olivia Culpo, and I went, oh, look at those two. The fuck? And now I go, oh, Bob Golick looks really good. What the fuck is going on over here?
Nope.
Pretty detailed. Yeah, no, subtle as a sledgehammer, this one. Hitting it right on the nose here. And shout out to her girlfriends that she was out with there because you know they were gassing her up all week for this. I don't know who got the honor of posting this one to social media, but they had to be thrilled because...
I don't know. I'll be honest. I think that's kind of a shit look. I'm not saying she looks like shit. But I'm saying, like, it's kind of a weird, obsessive, I haven't moved on look. Well, look, if it makes her happy. Tridio with $2 says every time he inhales, white stuff is there. Oh, no. Vadam with $5 says Nick has a micro P, a.k.a. a small penis. See, now that's not very nice. Like, why? Look. The fact that he's even in here writing in and seething and, you know, it's a bad look already. You don't have to make it look worse. Look, kill him with kindness, all right? Kill him with kindness. To paraphrase David Letterman, he's got his own problems. He's got his own problems. A lot of problems, from what I'm hearing. A lot of problems. Problems that let's just say the entertainment won't be stopping anytime soon. Aaron, will you be trick or treat? No, Jay Bra, I will not. To answer your question. Thomas Michael says, I wrote you a Halloween poem, you dick. Let's hear it. What do you got? I love a good Halloween poem. Oh, boy. Let me guess. One of the words rhymes with fuck. Just a guess. Oh, boy. Speaking of the Dodgers winning the World Series, do you guys want to see how they celebrated in Los Angeles yesterday? It's about how you would think they celebrated in Los Angeles yesterday. Let's go ahead and take a look. Well, let me put it this way. I believe the media would say there were mostly peaceful celebrations of the Dodgers winning the World Series. See, maybe this is a Midwestern thing. Maybe this is being a Minnesota guy thing. I don't get the looting and the arson and the setting fires because your team won a sports championship. Like, you take it. In my lifetime, this is the closest the Vikings have ever gotten. 1998. NFC Central champions. 15-1 in the regular season. Fucking blew it against the Falcons in the NFC Championship game. That's as close as we ever got. The closest I've ever felt to, I mean, maybe rivals the 2009 season with Brett Favre when we got really close. But if the Vikings, first of all, if the Vikings made it, like Vikings fans are lovable losers. If the Vikings even made it to the Super Bowl, we would be on cloud nine. We would be going insane, but reasonable. if we won the Super Bowl, it would just be a bunch of big gay Germans and Norwegians hugging each other and doing fucking skull chants until 7 in the morning. Maybe it's a coastal thing. I don't know, but like the burning shit down, the looting, maybe it's one of those things where the sports fans are out there celebrating, so then the animals take that as an opportunity to like, hey, maybe we can sneak in and get a PS5 and smash some windows. But here's how they celebrated winning the World Series in LA last night.
This has really gone sideways here in the last half hour. It's been going on for at least 30 minutes. The initial calls came in about 30 minutes ago. Reports of 400 to 500 people inside of this Nike flagship store. It's a Jordan flagship store in downtown LA.
Well, can we get a demographic check, please, on the people breaking into the Jordan store? Can we, well, you know, a lot of them are wearing long sleeves and a lot of them are wearing long pants. You can't see a lot of skin. Some people are covering their faces. I'm really not sure what the demo would be of the people who would be moving the boarded up windows of the Jordan store so they could get in and get some sneakers.
Broadway and 6. You can see 30 minutes later, there are still tons.
Oh, the one white guy who was robbing the Jordan store. Of course he trips over his fucking dork bike. No. Come on, man. You were the one representative. You were to be the best of us, and you did the whitest shit possible. You grabbed way too many boxes of shoes, and you tripped over your fucking bicycle. God damn it, making us look bad. We were trying to get in like some black demographic shit, and you tripped over I tripped over my bike pegs.
Of shoes walking away. We're watching people go in and out.
Now he's even being struggling white boy as he tries to get up. He's fucking Kramering this thing.
As you have mentioned, there have been a number of getaway vehicles waiting for the merchandise to walk out. They stuff the trunks, they get in the car, and they drive away.
That's just it. The brothers know how to do it. The brothers get in there, and they're like, look, I got them in bags. I got a car waiting outside. I can jam it in there. The white guy's trying to grab 4 or 5 boxes of shoes and then bike away. We're just not cut out for this game, man. We're not cut out for it.
We've seen several.
You know what we're cut out for? Inventing the internet. No, I'm just kidding. Now that was catty and racist and bitchy. I don't endorse that kind of talk.
Cars do that. LAPD is aware of this. They have come by in the last couple of minutes. We have spoken to them. Unfortunately, this Nike store will be emptied out within the hour.
Oh, wow. Holy shit, that's better than a George Floyd fire. World Series fires mean business. Jesus Christ. Dude, that honestly looks like they set an Iraqi oil field on fire. That's like when you watch video of like the Persian Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm, and Saddam Hussein set the oil fields on fire. That's what that fire looks like. It looks like a third world country. Boy, buses really burn, don't they? You know what it is? It's all the grease from the hair of the people who sit on the bus every day. It soaks into the seats, and it naturally, over the years, provides an accelerant for the flames. That makes sense. I don't get our team won the World Series, so we're just going to set everything on fire. I'd be way too happy if the Vikings won the Super Bowl. Thomas Michael says, Aaron didn't like my poem. It must be the ending. I haven't been in the chat. I was talking about the fucking World Series thing. Let's go to Thomas Michael. He says, in the basement, he wallows in dread, in his stripes, full of anger and dread. You can't, God damn it. Stop helping me shit on me. Stop this madness. I want you to be the best at it, so I can enjoy it and laugh. You can't rhyme dread with dread, you fucking amateur. Since his wife said goodbye, he just mopes and will cry. A weakling who's better off dead. Oh my God. I know a lot of people who don't feel that way. That made me sad. I mean, there was the bad rhyme at the beginning, and then to know that you want me dead. This upsets me. Landers writes, by animals, Aaron means blacks. That's not what I said.
I'm white, I'm white.
Oh, hey, I didn't know that you guys were going to go to fucking alt-rightville on this one. Packer backer. It's an excuse for blacks and Hispanics to loot and burn shit. I should have known. You know what? I feel like Marty McFly in Back to the Future, at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance. I guess you guys weren't ready for that one yet. Oh, my God. Chad Buzamok says, you hillbillies don't know how to celebrate. Yeah, apparently not. You got to steal shoes, light shit on fire, and be predominantly black. That's our problem here in Minnesota. We only do that when the cops kill somebody. We do our looting and fires and everything else when the cops kill a crackhead. That's what we do. MSO says we are not going to mention the wood on the windows in anticipation of this crap. Yeah, I thought about that too, but I got too busy with the white guy tripping over the bicycle. How about the fact that as the Dodgers, and the Dodgers only won 7-6 in Game 5, so that means those businesses didn't really know if the Dodgers were going to clinch the World Series or not. So they either boarded up those windows in anticipation that the Dodgers might win and that a riot might break out, or as soon as the Dodgers got up in the last inning and then shut down the Yankees, all of those business owners went out and went, fucking better get the boards up as quick as we can. How about the fact that in LA they have so little faith in their own citizenry that they go and they board up the windows because they're like, it is a fait accompli that these are going to be ripped off, set on fire, looted, the whole deal, all because we're really happy we won the World Series. Can't read that one. Can't read that one. Papa Shop says that white guy was Hispanic per the Dodgers hoodie. Well, I'm playing by Democrat rules. By Democrat rules, I think Latinos are pretty much white at this point. I think so. Skeezy Whitefish says, you bring Kang Kong out of the jungle and you're surprised he destroys civilization. Dive Bar says, yay, we won. Let's go steal some Jordans. Yes. I really hope that when the Vikings win a Super Bowl, we don't see a lot of that. But there's two problems with that. One, they probably would. And two, the Vikings are not going to win a Super Bowl. Helgi with $5 says, happy Halloween starts at 102. All right. 102. Oh, God damn it. Have you guys ever seen these? These are like these Charlie Brown edited fucking racist cartoons with the voices dubbed over. It's some of the most grade school shit I've ever seen. But I remember Oz and I used to watch these at the radio station after the show was over, and we would laugh our fucking asses off. And I'm ashamed to say that because they really are very rudimentary and easy and just like cringe offensive for cringe offensive's sake. It's the Great Dolomite, Charlie Brown. So all the Charlie Brown kids are supposed to be black and like really ghetto. So they don't have the Great Pumpkin like Charlie Brown did. They have the Great Dolomite.
Dolomite, how you living? You best be bringing me plenty of your West End prime bitches on Halloween.
Are you writing to your parole officer again?
Fuck no, Applehead. I'm writing to the Great Dolomite. On Halloween night, the Great Dolomite skids into the pumpkin patch in his Cadillac and releases a plethora of hoes for me to practice my acupuncture skills with.
Nigga, you...
It's just the dumb... Like, you know what I mean? It's just the dumbest fucking thing.
It's my acupuncture skills with.
Nigga, you talking crazier than Margot Kidder on my front lawn. Dolomite ain't coming to no pumpkin patch on Halloween.
Fuck you and your ignorance. He's gonna be there.
Ignorance?
God, there's so many of them. There's like, there's an Easter one that I think is just titled Say Hello to the Easter N-Word, Charlie Brown. Of course there's a Christmas one. Why wouldn't there be? Thank you, Helgi, for the $5. Yeah, people are trying to help Thomas Michael because he said he needed the word dread twice in his poem for me because there's not much that rhymes with dread. So now everybody in the chat is helping him out. Sped, bed, head, tread. Dive Bar saying there's endless choices to rhyme dread. Eaton Clam says rooftop Koreans gear up. No shit, right? We won the World Series. Let's burn Pookie. Let's burn this motherfucker down. Nana's Clam says, wow, for Aaron to consider something cringeworthy, you know it's bad on a whole nother level. MSO said you could go with Fred. Oh, Thomas Michael says, God damn, I fucked it up again. Proving he is inbred. There you go. With his face proving he is inbred. That's better than dread. But see, this is what I'm talking about. I want you to be able to stand on your own 2 feet and write funny things about me that I can then read and be self-deprecating with. Stop making me be your co-writer in my abuse. I feel like a teacher. Like, I want to see the work that you do. You're going to do that. Promise me you'll do better next time. Thomas writes, it's hard to keep it all in order, and then calls me the gay F word. All right, Thomas. Look, next time you need to workshop it, we'll workshop it. But eventually I want you standing on your own 2 feet. All right. Apparently, crosswalks are racist now. That's what we learned from New York City. Jaywalking is now legal. Now, I knew that they had made jaywalking legal in New York City, which baffled me because it's already hard enough for cars to get around in that city. Now you're just going to let people willy-nilly cross the street however they want. That's going to be fucking chaos. This will be a great experiment in libertarianism, allowing jaywalking. Then the reason came out for why they're getting rid of jaywalking, and fucking, of course, it's because jaywalking is racist. New York City decided to make jaywalking legal because 90% of the people cited for jaywalking were black and Hispanic. No other reason. Not that, it's a victimless crime. Not that it doesn't put anyone at risk. Nope, that's not why we're legalizing it. We don't want to hurt black people and Latino people's feelings. There is another way we could have done this. Maybe teach them to wait for the little walkie guy and then go across the street. Well, then again, the walkie guy is white, isn't he? So you might have a little authoritarian defiance on that whole deal. Let's go ahead and get the details.
Jaywalking is officially legal here in New York City. The new law allows people to cross a roadway at any point, including outside of a crosswalk. Supporters of the law say people of color were unfairly targeted for jaywalking by police.
Well, yeah, but I always get to this point where but what if black people are just being more brazen about it? Like these people, like this, you're going to get pulled over for shit like this. That's an easy one.
Data shows police gave nearly 800 pedestrian-related summonses in the first 6 months of the year, with 77% of them going to black or Hispanic people.
Jesus. 800 in the first half of the year, 1,600 jaywalking tickets? Guys, just wait. You'll be fine. So now this is interesting because I've heard that 90% of the jaywalking tickets went to black and Hispanic people. This one says 77%. All right, here we go. Councilwoman Mercedes Narcisse, of course her name is Mercedes. She's the one who sponsored this bill. She says that jaywalking targets non-whites.
But press reports and data analysis from the council have found that jaywalking tickets are disproportionately given to black and Latino New Yorkers. Has there been any analysis or review to determine the cause of this disparity?
Because blacks and Latino, I hate when they ask that question and pretend it's open-ended and there's not a wrong answer. Because is there any reason that you can give us for this disparity as to why blacks and Latinos are being arrested for jaywalking more? And you're just because blacks and Latinos more obviously jaywalk than white people? How dare you come into this hearing and say something so goddamn offensive? Get out of here. This is disgusting. I move to have this speaker sanctioned. It's but you asked me the question and I just went with Occam's razor. Occam's razor is black people and Latinos need to fucking cool it when it comes to the jaywalking. No, we're going to make it legal. Well, that's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, but at least we won't look racist. That's kind of like what they're doing with schools, too. It's like black students are having a hard time passing the tests and graduating. Oh, well, that's bad. What are we going to do to lift up black people so they can be more properly educated and get the help they need to pass these tests? We're going to lower the average test score and just start passing them. I thought you said that your problem was the black students weren't doing well enough to pass the quiz. Right, correct. How does lowering the score raise theirs? What? Get out of here.
And certainly no one can claim that only black and Latino jaywalkers ever jaywalk. So just wanting to understand that a bit better.
What? Wait, what was that last part?
Latino jaywalkers ever jaywalk. So just want black and Latino jaywalkers ever jaywalk. So
wait, I gotta go back again. What the fuck is she babbling about? She's so low energy.
And certainly no one can claim that only black and Latino jaywalkers ever jaywalk. So
well, that's true. Only 77%. Only 77% of the jaywalkers, remember? I mean, I don't know. Maybe white people cross at busier intersections, so it's hard to catch them. I don't fucking know. All I know is we just come up with these really retarded answers to questions that probably just require a few adjustments here and there. Hey, we've got ourselves a jaywalking problem. What should we do? Well, maybe we could educate people to wait for the light, or maybe we could raise the fines and the penalties so people sit tight, and maybe we could do that. What did we find out about the jaywalking? Well, we found out that it's mostly black and Latino people. Oh, well, then easy. Let's just legalize it. Yeah, but won't that then allow people just to run out into the street whenever the fuck they want? Indeed it will. Won't that be a nightmare for traffic and perhaps increase accidents and slow things down to gridlock? Absolutely, it's a possibility. Well, then why are we doing it? Don't want to be racist. Fuck. This is what I'm talking about with like the election coming up. Everyone's like, oh, if we vote Trump, we can save America. If we vote for Kamala, things will be better off, whatever. Hey, guys, it's cultural. So like until we all get better, until shit like this until this improves, you can vote for Trump 50 times if you want to. You can vote for Kamala 50 times if you want to. We're on a fucking downward slope, folks. It's going bye-bye. And there's not going to be a president that's going to save it. There's it's going to, the call has to come from within the house, and I just don't think we're there right now. Grand Poobah with $5 says you could bury the bar and these people will still be digging holes to crawl under it. I mean, their dedication to the art of limbo is pretty impressive, you have to admit. All right, we'll go hang out with you guys in the chat for a little bit, and then we'll go to Joe Biden trying to eat a baby. Fuck. Did my uncle not tell you about the Dunn babies and the adrenochrome and the trafficking to heighten the stress levels, more cortisol, more adrenochrome? Did I not tell you that the man is a fucking baby chomper? I told you this. And we've got evidence coming up in just a little bit. I'm going to pee real quick, then we'll finish things up. We're doing an extra half hour of overtime today because you guys have been so generous and so wonderful. Thank you so much. More in a moment. My kids trick-or-treating tonight. I think that would be a little inappropriate, I believe. I did find out while I was away just now that my kids' Halloween parade today that I was going to got canceled at school. Apparently the snow is too bad. Oh, man, it is. Holy shit. It's just, I've lived in this state for 37 years. I don't know why it still surprises me because, again, every year it'll be 75 degrees one day, and 48 hours later it'll be snowing. But it's, I don't know, we got about an inch or two, I think, already. They said that when I was reading, where the kids go to school, they already have over 3 inches. Jesus. I think it only looks like we got 1 or 2. But still, I hate it. Fucking hate it, man. Here we are. We're there now. Sam Show says, how do you fucking do anything then? What, in Minnesota? Well, I agree with you. Sam Show says you Minnesotans have gotten soft. You canceled something over snow. I agree. Like, it's just snow. The kids can walk around. All we wanted to do is we wanted to see the kids in their costumes, walk around. You know, they walk around in a couple of circles and then done. That would have been it. It would have been fine. And then I'm taking them trick-or-treating tonight. And their mom was like, oh, it's going to be snowy and windy and sleeting and everything else. I'm like, well, they're going to earn their candy then, right? No, I'm not going to tax them and take their candy. Stop it. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to, you know, of all the things I've been accused of, my children's candy thief, that really hurts. Now, am I going to go to the stores tomorrow and maybe pick up some on some deals? I don't know. Snickers are delicious. SP keeps feeding me Snickers. I'm going to be back up to 225 in no time. Jesus. Zen Man with $1 says, wait, was jaywalking the reason some people were digging tunnels in New York City so they could avoid jaywalking tickets? Oh, no, Zen Man, I'm sorry. That's not what those tunnels were for. That was so that Jews could bury gold and molest children. I'm just kidding. Dude, I am so kidding. That is such a joke because why would there be mattresses in the tunnels with blood on them? That would be ridiculous. There's a better explanation for that. All right, let's watch Joe Biden eat a baby. I mean, this what you thought this election was going to get better? You thought you thought this was all going to get more reasonable as it wraps up, as we get closer to Tuesday, people were going to start behaving themselves? I expect this weekend they're going to give us like a grand finale at a 4th of July fireworks show. Like, we're going to get a lot of retardation. For example, when does J.D. Vance do Rogan's show? J.D. Vance, Joe Rogan. J.D. Vance visits Texas for Joe Rogan Experience, how to listen and watch. Is it gonna come out Friday? Or is it already out? J.D. Vance is scheduled to appear on the Joe Rogan Experience on Wednesday. Oh, did it come out already? Videos? No, it's not out yet. Okay. Well, then I got to think it's probably coming out today or tomorrow. God, dude, Kamala is fucking up so bad with this podcast shit. It's so bad. She did what? Call Me Daddy. And is that it? Whitmer fed that one internet chick a Dorito. We know that. But, like, Trump has been all over the place. Like, everyone from Joe Rogan to the Nelk Boys to Aiden Ross to Barstool to the fucking Undertaker. Like, the Undertaker and Donald Trump did an interview together on the Undertaker's podcast. Let's see if we can get a little bit of this. Donald Trump talks politics and pro wrestling with the Undertaker. Yeah.
It's an honor to do the show with you guys.
Well, sir, that means a lot to us, and giving us this opportunity. We're not journalists, and
I turned down 60 Minutes, and I'm doing your stupid show.
And we're doing a program.
See, Trump's just cutting a promo with the Undertaker. That's all. I didn't do 60 Minutes, and I came to do this stupid show. Well, I mean, look, how many people watch 60 Minutes each weekend? I gotta guess that it's dwindling. 60 Minutes average viewership, 92 years old. The average viewership, holy shit, 8.35 million people. Okay, look, can't argue with that. I don't think the Donald Trump Undertaker, well, maybe it is. What's it called? 6 feet under? 6 feet under Donald Trump. Oh, it's only got 727,000 views. So 60 Minutes is
How long are you married?
I have been married for 14 years.
Good.
Yes.
Is this your second marriage?
Who counts?
Numbers.
Numbers.
Numbers. A second. All right, you can cut that part out. This sounds like it's going to get a little bit too
I think well, what's Trump on? Is Trump on 3 or 4? Marla Maples, Ivana, what's her name? The Romanian chick or whatever she is, the Czech one, Slovak. I keep wanting to say Malia. That's not Melania. That's what it is. Marla Maples, Ivana, and Melania. Right? Is there another one in there? I feel like I'm missing a Trump wife. Hold on a minute. Trump wives. Nope. Ivana Trump, Marla Maples, Melania Trump. So he's only been married 3 times. So I'm still one behind the Donald. Vance with $2 says, stuck my hang dang in the snow. Becker has 8 inches. Oh, you get it, you guys? He stuck his dick in it 4 times. Good job. Attaboy Vance. You really think I was going to let you get away with saying your cock is 8 inches long? How fucking dare you?
You know, I mean, I think you can relate. Like, we both have kind of maybe outkicked our coverage.
First of all, that actually probably upsets Donald Trump because I don't think he feels that way. This is the question that always gets asked in wrestling podcasts, by the way. And I need to start doing this with our episodes. I need to start chaptering them. I used to do that. I've stopped. I need to fucking get my balls out of my ass. And why balls in my ass? Why are we doing this? Get my balls out of my ass and put chapters in because it's very easy to navigate. But every wrestling podcast, and this is why it's hard for me to like get into wrestling podcasts anymore, because eventually, no matter who the guest is, it gets to, what's it like to get slammed on the ring? Does wrestling hurt? What kind? Like, these guys end up talking about their knees and their backs for like half the interview sometimes.
It's a crazy thing, and you just condition your body to it where you don't even, after you do it so much, you just don't even think about it.
How often did it, I mean, I know you're supposed to interview me, but I find it very interesting. How often did it happen where somebody gets really angry? In other words, you hit a guy accidentally the wrong way or something, and he's had it. And these are tough guys to start off with. You know, they're not babies. How often did it happen where...
I love how, dude, everything, he did this in the Trump interview too. Like, Trump, he just takes over. Like, for some reason, these guys just can't control him. He just takes over and starts interviewing the host of the show. He did it with Rogan. He was asking him why he wouldn't vote for, or if he would vote for him. He's asking him about MMA and a bunch of other shit. Talking about James Toney. Dude, when I heard Donald Trump bring up James Toney on Joe Rogan's podcast, I was like, I'm voting for him. A fucking James Toney reference? Are you kidding? One of my favorite fighters of all time.
You're fighting somebody and you made a mistake and he gets angry and he really goes at you.
Yeah, you know, back in the day, like, so I started with Vince in 1990, but before that, you know, in the late 80s and stuff like that, guys were really salty, and they didn't take too many. You know, you're supposed to be a professional, and usually guys would. You think, well, if he hit me like that, then, you know, it's for a reason. So, you know, they'd mix it up in the ring for a little bit, and then they'd get back in the locker room.
And what would happen? The guys would run into the ring and stop it, right? I was told when you had a lot of guys running into the ring, that usually meant that there was a problem.
Usually, when that happens, it's part of the show. When guys,
yeah, they don't. Like, that's a funny. You know what? I didn't realize Donald's kind of a mark. It's kind of cool. Donald's a mark. He's like, when a bunch of people are interfering, that means that shit's getting a little too wild in the ring and it's real, right? That's when it's real. And Undertaker's like, no. When they do run-ins and shit, that's usually... Yeah, when they start hitting each other for real, they just kind of let them sort that out in the ring, you know? Because you're like, it's called a receipt, you know? And I've only wrestled in 4 matches, so it's not like I'm a fucking expert here. But like, yeah. If you accidentally hit someone too hard, you know, they call it a potato. You give them a potato, they'll give you a receipt. They'll hit you back. And then there's kind of an unspoken agreement that, all right, we're good now. Let's go back to work. There's also, if you're not laying the punches in hard enough, like you're not being believable enough, they might tag you too. You know, they'll give you a warning. You know, you'll hit them. They'll be like, all right, lay into it. They'll tell you, lay into it. too light. They'll say something like that. And if you keep making it not believable, because that's going to make them look bad, they might check you a little bit, get you to step it up. It happens. Hasn't happened to me. I think everybody kind of knew that I was new and that I'd wrestled a handful of matches before, so I never got a receipt. Worst I ever got was somebody put me in a reverse chin lock between the middle and top rope and really cinched back on the chin lock and pulled back, and my back went up into the top rope and I bent like that. And I've never involuntarily yelled in pain like that. And it probably looked gay, seeing as he was standing behind me. But we got to the back after the match, and he goes, "Hey man," because it was my first solo match. I'd been in nothing but tag teams since then. Again, sounds gay. And we went to the back, and the other guy goes, "Hey man, that was great. Way to sell that chin lock." And I'm like, "Bro, I wasn't selling. That fucking hurt." So it's shit can get bad in there. It can get real accidentally. It can get real. Let's go to Chad Buzamok. It says, "I didn't think political talk could get more boring, but then you did it by adding wrestling with it." I just find it really interesting that Donald Trump is just taking advantage. Like, he's supposed to be the old candidate, and here he is being the guy who's going on all the young people shit. All the interesting young people shit is all Trump. And Kamala Harris is so terrified of looking like a fucking moron that she won't go on a podcast. Like, she went on ABC. She went on was that the 60 Minutes interview where she answered a question and they had to like totally manipulate and change the question to not make her look like shit, which is not something journalists should be doing. But she won't go on Rogan. She wants Rogan to come to her, which, how fucking dare you? And then she only wants to do 1 hour. And Rogan's like, "Well, I don't do 1 hour shows. We're going to have a conversation for a while. And she's got to come here to Austin." I mean, imagine you're running for president and the biggest podcast in the world goes, "Hey, we want to have you on." And you're like, "Nah, not unless you do it our way." It's like, well, then you deserve to lose. So let's go from that to Joe Biden eating babies. This has been a conspiracy for a long time. I think we can put another notch in the Alex Jones was right column, and my uncle was right, and the adrenochrome and all of that stuff. Joe Biden on his way out of the White House trying to eat babies. Here we go. Get him off the baby. But that would be funny if he latched on and the fucking Secret Service just trying to pull him off the kid. It's like he went from sniffing children's hair to now biting children's leg. What a fucking Melton ripoff. Ugh. Don't bite him again, you crazy piece of shit. God, that would be creepy as fuck. That old man with that 1,000-yard stare he's got, and he's just biting kids and just getting right in their face. And then why with the foot? What? So he even bit the baby's foot. He put the baby's foot in his mouth. We're used to seeing him put his own foot in his mouth. Hey-oh. But a fucking baby. What a creep. If you don't play the Jake Paul endorsement video, you are a cuck, says you ain't getting my money. I didn't know it was out there. We'll play that at the end of the show here. Approachable says, "I'm waiting for him to pick his head up with a little chunk of..." I can't, there's no way I can read that. West Coast Patriot Girl says that wasn't his foot. 09 Canyon says, "Hey, the kid's dressed like food." I know, but you're the president and everyone already thinks you're creepy. So you don't need to play into it. Approachable says, "I'm waiting for him to pick up his head with a little chunk of foreskin in between his teeth." I just want to let you know, Approachable, I only did that because I like you. I did not want to read that. That was read under duress. I'm telling you right now. All right, Jake Paul What the fuck are PPP and Worski dressed up as yesterday? I was going to look up the Jake Paul thing. Are they dressed like fucking a Teletubby and the Sun? Are you? Get the fuck out of here. You know what I love about this? I've been watching Kino Casino, and what I love about it is like PPP will be in these outfits. He'll be in these costumes. But he will still go on his like sanctimonious like rants of righteousness and like really be fucking getting after it. But he's dressed like the fucking Sun from Teletubbies, and it's like, it's just this weird juxtaposition of a fat man dressed as the Sun, but he's still like, and you have to understand, buddy, that Christ is not going to stand for the blasphemy that you put out there, buddy. But like, and you're listening and you're like, everything he's saying is correct. He's fucking nailing it. This is very righteous. But then you pick your head up and you look and you go, is this motherfucker dressed like the Sun from a kid's show? It's just, I love that. I love that kind of shit. I really do. All right, Jake Paul, Trump. We're running out of time here. Thanks for the 5 hours today, by the way. And thanks for all your contributions. Oh, wow, this came out 2 hours ago. So this is brand new.
Nervous, scared to make this video because of what it means in terms of my career, my life. People.
Well, right there. Okay, video's over. He's endorsing Trump. That's how you can tell that someone's endorsing Trump. All right. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be shunned and disavowed, and it could ruin my entire career. Nobody's voted Democrat and said that.
Coming after me, more accusations, more turmoil, more division potentially. However, I just want to provide information to the potentially undecided voter, the things that I have seen over the past couple of years that have led me in a certain direction as to who I am supporting in this presidential election. And most of all, encouraging y'all to actually vote, encouraging y'all to actually do your own research and to base that research in the truth, not just reckless propaganda or your favorite pop star telling you to vote a certain way and you believing them because you love their song. And with that said,
no, wait a minute. I know I understand his point that he's like, oh, I'm going to lay out the facts and I'm going to tell you what I've learned. So you're not just voting because some pop star told you to, but like, you're a YouTube guy. Like, people are going to be voting because you're their favorite YouTube guy or, oddly enough, one of their favorite athletes as a boxer, and you got that fight with Tyson coming up. So, like, that's kind of an unfair shot to take.
After watching this video, you shouldn't necessarily just listen to me either. Do your own research before you go and vote. But I highly
do your own research as long as it complies with what we've told you. You can already believe. Otherwise, say goodbye to that YouTube account and that Facebook account. You fucking fascist.
Highly encourage you to exercise your right to vote. Because
again, I want to take this time to say I disagree with him. I'm against it. Do not vote if you don't want to.
As I moved to Puerto Rico in pursuit of becoming a world champion in my boxing career, I have rescinded my right to vote. But that doesn't mean I can't present my 80 million large audience with proper facts, numbers, and data to encourage them to vote in the proper direction to quite literally save America. And all
right, well, that means Donald Trump. A boxing champion. Dude, if you're trying to become a boxing champion, you got to stop fighting senior citizens, bro.
I'll start off with something that bothered me recently was Tony Hinchcliffe, a comedian who made a bad joke. Obviously, he's doing his job, trying to be funny, but him talking smack about Puerto Rico was not funny. And I want to shine a light on the fact that these aren't Donald Trump's views. It was a comedian who made a bad...
What, again, he's like, I'm going to tell you who I'm supporting for president, but it's like everything he's saying is like, dude, you can just say Trump now.
Joke.
I have no idea who he is, never saw him, never heard of him, and don't want to hear of him.
Tony, while I love most of your work, Puerto Rico is the most beautiful place on earth, and the people here are absolutely incredible. Wars, health, guns, jobs, economy, inflation, border control, freedom of speech. The list goes on and on and on with the number of problems that America currently faces.
When does he actually get to the endorsing Trump part?
In one harmony. That is what I really wish and encourage for this world. Remember, it's the United States of America. And if you are a Democrat watching this, maybe there's something you can learn from this. Maybe there's something that I can learn from you. I don't know everything, but these are my opinions. And the way we move forward is by communicating and having a positive discourse versus attacking each other on X all the time. Please go. For the love of God, go exercise your right to vote on my behalf and vote for Donald Trump in this election.
I mean, I don't know if you take your cue. Like, I'm going to vote for who I'm going to vote for, obviously. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. But, like, I don't know if I'd let a guy who's currently in the process of accruing brain damage influence who I'm voting for. But it's a fucking weird goddamn election cycle. This has been, I think this one's been weirder than 2020. Not weirder than 2016. 2016 is the wildest one ever. But 2024 has been pretty wild. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thank you very much. Great show. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you liked my costume. Now my whole day opened up because the kids' Halloween parade got canceled. So now I'll go pick them up after school, I guess, and we'll go trick-or-treating, and then we'll be back tomorrow with Rumble Friday. Thank you guys very much. Take it easy and have a great rest of your day.